So let's go ahead and get that started. I'll go ahead and grab the link for that live stream in case you want to take a look at it later. Let's see, it's going to be over here. And wait for that to load up. Here we go. Okay. All right, so this is the link, just in case you wanted to watch over on YouTube. And let's go ahead and get this party started. All right, everybody, my name is The Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. So what are we going to be covering? So we're doing session number 7 of our 10-part series on network hacking. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about what we covered in the previous session. So this is the 7th session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we learned in the previous session. So in the previous session, we were talking about, oh, it looks like I didn't, looks like I forgot to put in those slides. Wow, that was kind of foolish. What were we talking about in the previous session? We were talking about brute forcing attacks. So brute forcing attacks are basically where you try to figure out what a person's login credentials are, so their username and password. So we took a look at how to do that with a web login form, and we also figured out how to do that using the SSH program. So that's what we did last time. And today, what are we going to be learning about? We're going to be learning about these things over here. So we're going to be talking about file transfers. So, well, this file transfers are something that we kind of take for granted when we're using the regular old internet. We can, it's usually not transferring files between computers, but it's transferring files between our computer and something on the internet. So it's either a web page or something else, or we're using a web application to send files between other people. But we're going to be talking about how to send files to other places in the context of network hacking. What are we going to be doing? We're going to be transferring small files by using a clipboard and the base64 command. So this is kind of a secret, a quote-unquote secret hacker trick that we're going to be learning here. We're going to be transferring files via the Python HTTP server and wget. This is another technique we're going to be learning for doing file transfer. And the last technique we're going to be learning for file transfer is transferring files via the secure copy program that uses the SSH protocol. So we're going to be learning all of these things, and let's go ahead and get started. So what are file transfers? So file transfers, they're an essential operation of computer networking, but how you move files from one network device to another one depends on 2 major factors. So 1 is the size of the file, and 2 is the software available for sending and receiving devices. So 808 Cosmos says hi on YouTube. Hello, 808 Cosmos. Nice to see you here. We're just doing a little lesson on how to send files back and forth. And if you want to join in, that's great. We're going to be working on the TryHackMe platform. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, then you can go ahead and make one at this link over here. But let's talk a little bit about file transfers. So the 2 major factors are the size of the file and the software available on the sending and receiving devices. So we're going to be accessing a TryHackMe room to learn about file transfers. Let me grab the link for everybody, and then you guys can go ahead and go over to that room inside of TryHackMe. So you'll need to be logged into TryHackMe first. After you've logged into TryHackMe, you can navigate to this link, and it'll be the this will be the room that we're going to be using to learn about file transfers. So what you want to do is you want to log in to TryHackMe, and then after you're logged in, click on the link that I provided to you, and then you'll be at this room over here. So this room is a module called Carnage, and it says apply your analytical skills to analyze a malicious network traffic using Wireshark. So we're not actually going to be using the room in its intended way, but we are going to be using the virtual machine associated with this room. And what you want to do when you first arrive at the room is you want to click on the green join button room over here, that join room button over here. Okay, so the Tasteful Thickness on YouTube says, I just learned about Fast Copy and TerraCopy, a program that facilitates file transfers in smarter ways than Windows natively. Optimizes and uses threads better, I believe. Yeah, there's a lot of options for how to transfer files from one device to another, but the methods we're going to be talking about today are going to be methods that we can use reliably in most Linux networking environments with stuff that's already on that's usually pre-installed on Linux. Okay, so after you click on the green Join Room button, you're going to see over here that under task one, there's a green Start Machine button. So we're going to be starting up 2 virtual machines to do today's exercise. So this first one over here is going to be for the Carnage machine. So under task one, go ahead and click on the green button here that says Start Machine. So after that, you're going to see the screen split into 2 window panes, and in the left-hand side, there's going to be the Try Hack Me webpage, and on the right-hand side, it's going to be the Carnage machine. But we're going to start up one other virtual machine as well, and that's going to be the attack box. So the Try Hack Me attack box, we can access it by going to the Try Hack Me webpage and going up to the top. And then underneath the little ninja icon for Carnage, you're going to see this button over here that's labeled Start Attack Box. You want to go ahead and click on that, and that's going to start another virtual machine. So we're going to be using 2 virtual machines for today's exercise. The first step that we need to do is we need to set up the virtual machines. That's going to take a few minutes. Please bear with us because it's going to take a little bit of time. We got to wait for about 2 minutes for the machines to load up. So if you're loading up your virtual machines, and you'll know that you're loading up both of them because there's going to be one tab over here for THM Carnage, and there's going to be another one for THM Attack Box. If they're loading up for you, please type in the chat, "The machines are loading," smiley face, in the chat, just so I know that you're following along. If you're confused or need to catch up at any point in the lesson, I'll try to stop and help everybody as best we can. Okay, Sigma says that the machines are loading. That's great. All right, so we just need to wait a little bit for these machines to load up. The great thing about Try Hack Me is that they let you use their computers over here for free, basically. You can get a paid subscription at Try Hack Me, but everything that we're using over here is stuff that we can do for free. So we're going to wait another 40 seconds, so we'll just wait on that. But in the meantime, I think we can talk a little bit about the first technique we're going to be using for file transfer. And the first technique is going to be transferring small files by Clipboard and Base64. So a lot of people don't know that they can actually transfer small files around by just using the clipboard. And not only text files, but you can also move around binary files by using this technique. You basically output the file into the Base64 format, and then you can just paste it into whatever machine you want to access it on the other end. It's kind of a sneaky technique. We can call it a touchless transfer method using the device's clipboard and perhaps the Base64 command. So we're going to be talking about this in just a little bit, but let's go back to the Try Hack Me machines. It seems like they've finished loading up. Okay, so here comes a slightly tricky part. We need to set up the virtual machines in their own browser tabs. So right now we're looking at the attack box. And what we want to do is we want to click into the terminal here after it's finished loading up and hit the Enter key to dismiss this little message in the terminal. So after that, we want to go over to the center of the screen, and then we want to go down to the bottom of the screen. There's a button here labeled View in Full Screen. So you want to click on that. It's in the middle, and at the bottom, there's a button that looks like 2 arrows pointing away from each other. Click on that. And then you're going to see that the Try Hack Me Attack Box desktop is going to be in full view, in full screen rather, in a separate browser tab. This is what we want. And we want to do the same thing to the other machine that we loaded up as well. So click back into the Try Hack Me page here, and then click on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the screen, click on this tab here labeled THM Carnage. So click on that. Amari, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Thank you very much for coming by. Hello everyone. Hello Amari, nice to see you here. Okay, so we can see that this is a different desktop, and this is actually the Carnage machine that we started up. So we're going to go to the center of the screen one more time. We're going to go down to the bottom, and there's the button one more time labeled View in Full Screen. So we click on that one more time. Hope everything is well. Yeah, we're just starting up our lesson over here. We're talking about file transfers today. So if you missed the beginning of the lesson, you can always go back to the beginning in YouTube, and you can watch the stuff that you missed. Okay, so we've got these two tabs over here. They've got one tab for the Carnage machine, and we've got another tab for the attack box over here. So we're going to set these up side by side, and this is how we're going to do it. So the Carnage machine, sorry, this is the attack box. The attack box, we can actually grab the browser tab, and then we can pull the browser tab off of the window. And then after we do that, oh, I thought I could drag this out of the window. Can I do it? Yeah, okay. So after that, we see that the browser tab is detached from the other browser tabs. And what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that this window here is going to be about half the size of the desktop environment that we're using. So I'm just going to make this about half, and then we're going to go back to the other tabs here, and we're going to grab the Carnage machine. So the Carnage machine is the other virtual machine we're working with, and we're just going to grab the browser tab for that, and we're going to separate it from the rest of everything. And then we're going to split that in half as well. So we're going to resize the window so that it's about half the size of the desktop here. Just like this. Okay. All right, so after that, we're going to minimize this window. I'm going to play around with the size of the windows here. Okay. So we're doing this because we need to interface with both of these desktops, and to do so, well, we want to make sure that we can see both of these things at the same time. Okay, so from here, we're also going to be starting up a terminal for both of these desktops, the Carnage machine over here on the left, and the attack box over here on the right. So there's a couple of different terminal desktop shortcuts over here. There's one over here. There's one over here for the attack box. Just click on one of those. Big task at hand says, good evening. Hello, nice to see you here. And so after you've started up the terminal, you can also make it a little bit bigger. So you can click on View, and then you can click on Zoom In. And we're just going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can read the text. Make it a little bit bigger so that we can read it better. Okay, so we've got the attack box set up. We're going to go over to the Carnage machine here on the left. And we're going to click on this button over here in the corner. It says Terminal Emulator. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And then we're going to make this a little bigger. Ali says, which one is the victim machine and which is the target machine? So in this case, most of the time, the left-hand side is going to be the victim machine that we're transferring files from. And the attack box here on the right, this is going to be the attacker box, the attack box. But we will be switching up for one of the cases. But anyways, okay, we've got this terminal window here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Let's make that bigger. So zoom in, zoom in. My accent is amazing, says Ali. Well, thank you very much. I try to make myself as understandable as possible when I'm teaching over here. Okay, so we've got our two machines. We've got our Carnage machine at the left-hand side, and we've got our attack box on the right-hand side. So let's see. I see we've got a new student on Zoom right now. So Let me get the link for the YouTube stream because I think you could benefit from going back a little bit and then taking a look at the beginning of the live stream. Okay, so I've left the link in the chat. There you go. GroutXT, hello, nice to see you here, GroutXT. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the lesson. So what are we doing today? So we're doing small file transfers via Clipboard in base64. So if you were wondering what steps we need to take to do each one of the steps in today's lesson, you can find that over at the GitHub over here. Let me grab the GitHub link, and this is it over here. So this GitHub link over here. It's going to tell you how to do all the steps for today's lesson. So we got setting up the machines. We've got the first part over here, which is Clipboard and base64 file transfer. Ali has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We're going to move a picture file from the Carnage machine to the attack box machine. So in the Carnage terminal, we're going to use the following command to enter the pictures directory, cd pictures. So let's go ahead and start that up. Okay, so this is the left-hand side. This is the Carnage machine. So if we type pwd, we see that we're in the Ubuntu directory here. And what we want to do is we want to enter the pictures directory because the pictures directory has the file that we're going to be transferring over. So we're just going to move into the pictures directory with this command here. So cd pictures. So I'll just provide the command in the chat. It's pretty simple, but some people might not be familiar with using the terminal. Fameless asks, is this for beginners or do I have to know some stuff because I am green but very interested? Some of the steps might seem a little bit technical, but Fameless, if you go, you can always rewind in the YouTube live stream, and if there's anything that you didn't pick up, you might be able to go back and watch it again, and that'll help you understand what's going on. Okay, so inside of the pictures directory over here, after we've done that, we're going to see that there's a couple of PNG files. So PNG files are picture files, and we're going to be transferring this file over to the attack box over here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the clipboard method of moving it over. So this is how you do it. So if you use the cat command on thm menu logo 2.png, you're going to see that this picture file, we can't really read it in the regular way because there's a lot of non-printable bytes in this file. They're non-printable bytes because they're not intended for people to read, but for machines to read. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to try reading the file, but we're going to pipe that into the base64 command, and that's going to turn all the contents of this picture file into an encoded version that everybody can that we can copy over. So this is the output over here. It's just a bunch of letters and numbers, but what we can do is we can copy this over with our clipboard, and then we can copy it over to the attack box over here without doing an actual file, without doing an actual command that transfers the file. So DPNM says, yo, nice to see you here, DPNM, nice to see you. And yeah, so what we're going to do inside of the terminal here is we're just going to highlight everything. So we're going to highlight everything starting from the letter I. We're going to go all the way down. And then we're going to stop when we get to the equal sign at the end over here. So this is all highlighted. We're going to right click, and then we're going to select copy. So this is going to copy the base64 encoded version of the picture file. So after that, we're going to go over to the attack box because we want to transfer the file over to the attack box. We're going to go over to the left-hand side of the attack box interface, And then in the middle, there's this little button over here. So the button is called the control panel. So this is how we need to do it to copy and paste between these two machines. So click on the control bar and then click on the clipboard. After that, right click and select paste inside of the clipboard. And this is all of our base64 encoded data from the picture file. Let's see, X says cat image base64. Okay. Yeah, you could also do it like that as well, X. Thank you very much. DPNM says, want to say thanks to you. I don't know how if you remember me. I watched the stream a while ago, and then started doing CTFs and completed over 45 CTFs in echoCTF. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so after we've copied the information to the clipboard, we're just going to close out the control bar, and then we're going to start up a nano file inside of the attack box. So just type in nano space picture.b64. So what this is going to do is it's going to start up the text editor, and we can actually paste in the contents, the base64 contents that we just copied into this file. So I'll just type out the command in the chat. Just in case you want to know which command that was. Okay, so now that we're in the nano text editor, we're going to right click and then we're going to select paste to copy over all the contents. And then after that, we can save the file by using the Control-X keyboard shortcut. So just hold down the Control key on your keyboard and then hit the X button. And then you're going to see this message here, save modified buffer, type in Y for yes, and then hit enter to confirm the file name. So after that, if you type ls to take a look at your file contents in the directory, you're going to see that there's a picture.b64 file in here. And if you use the cat command, you should see the base64 data in here. So there's one more thing we need to do to get back the original file, the picture file. Amari asks, in real life, how would you transfer that base to the attacker's part from your computer? So we're assuming that you have access to both of these clipboards on these computers. So okay, so we've got the base64 data. We're going to transform the base64 data back into the original picture file now. And we can do it like this. So we're just going to type in base64-d space picture.b64. And then we're going to redirect that into a file called picture.png. So what this is going to do is it's going to decode the information inside of the picture.base64 file, and it's going to create a new file called picture.png with the original information again. So let me copy this command and I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. We're decoded now. Yeah, of course. Okay, so when we give this command, we're going to see that there's going to be a picture.png file in here. And we can actually open up this this file and take a look at the original picture by using this command right here. It's called xdg-open, and we can run that with picture.png. So let me just copy that and give this command in the chat as well. Okay, so when we give the command, it's going to open up the picture file over here, and we see that we managed to successfully move over the picture file. It's a pretty small picture file, but yeah. So we moved the file from the Carnage machine over here on the left, and we moved it over to the attack box here on the right, and we did it without making any network traffic. So there was no network traffic that was generated. We just copied something from the clipboard and then we pasted it into the clipboard in another machine, basically. So this is very, well, it's very, very hard to detect, and it doesn't generate any network traffic. So this is pretty good if you're dealing with a small file. So if you're dealing with a larger file, it can be a little bit inconvenient, but for smaller files, this is just fine. Okay, so if you manage to transfer the file from the Carnage machine over to the attack box, and you manage to open up like this, let us know in the chat by typing in the message, I clipped the picture, smiley face, just like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and close out this picture here. Oh, Sigma, great. Nice to see that you managed to get it done. Great. Okay, so we're going to talk about another file transfer technique. This one is going to be a little bit more useful, and it's very common inside of CTF environments. So let's talk about it now. Where are we? Here. Okay, so we just talked about transferring small files by Clipboard in Base64. So this method is both convenient and secure, since no data is sent over a network connection from one device to another. So we're just basically clipboarding the contents of the file and then pasting it into another computer. So if the file contains binary data like picture files, zip files, or executables, we will need to encode the data before copying to the clipboard and decoding the data to restore it to its original form. So keep in mind that we don't need to use the base64 encoding and decoding if the file is all text. If it's all text, we can just copy and paste. But if we're dealing with the binary data, it's like picture files, zip files, executables, etc., then we need to do the base64 encoding and decoding. So the next thing we're going to be talking about is transferring files via Python, HTTP, and wget. So Python is a very, very useful scripting language. We can also use it to transfer files. Well, we can use it to transfer files, but in this case, we're going to be using it to stand up an HTTP server to serve the files. On private networks, a convenient way to transfer files is to host files on a temporary HTTP server using Python. Then on the receiving side, download the file with the wget program. So this method uses common tools and works with files of all sizes, but it should never be used outside of controlled network environments since it uses HTTP, which is an unencrypted protocol. So the problem with using this technique, although it is very convenient, because we're transferring via an unencrypted protocol, that means that if anybody is listening on the network, they could see any of the data that we're sending over the network connection, which would be really bad. But in the case of CTF exercises, it's not really something we need to worry too much about. Okay, so let's demonstrate this. We're going to go over to, let's go over to the Carnage machine. So the Carnage machine is over here. We've got a lot of data in here. Remember that if you want to clear the screen, you can just type in the word clear and then hit enter, and that's going to clear the screen and then bring you back up to the top of the screen. So from here, what we want to do is we want to serve this file over here, thm menu logo 2.png, and we're going to do that with the Python HTTP server. So we need to figure out which version of Python we're dealing with first. So we type in which Python, and it doesn't tell us. So maybe it's running Python 3. So we type in which Python 3, and then it tells us it does have Python 3 on the computer here. So from here, what we can do is we can use this command over here, python 3-m http.server 8888. Okay, so what this command is going to do is it's going to start up a HTTP server in the current directory here, which means that we will be able to download this PNG file from the Carnage machine. So let me get the command over here, and then I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. Okay, so when we run this command, it's going to give us the message over here, serving HTTP on 0000 port 8888, and this means it's going to serve it on all of its network interfaces. So Sigma asks, what is the M tag for? So the M tag specifies that this is a module. It's a Python module. It basically means that we're accessing whichever module is that we supply next. In this case, it's the http.server module. Okay, so from here, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our attack box. In the attack box, I think we need to do Control-C to get out of this command over here. So whenever you get stuck inside the terminal, usually you can use the keyboard shortcut Control-C to quit out of whatever program you're running. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to download this thm menu logo2.png file, and we're going to do that with the wget command. So in the attack box terminal here, we're going to type in wget space http:// and we're going to reference the IP address of this Carnage machine over here. So the Carnage machine, we can see the IP address over here in the prompt. So it's, for me, it's 10.10.110.254. We need to put a dot in between each one of these numbers. For you, your IP address is going to be different from my IP address. But for me, I'm just going to type in 10.10.110.254. So after this, we need to specify a port, and that's going to be port 8888. So it's going to be :8888 and then slash. So this is the HTTP server, and we need to type in the name of the file from here. So the name of the file is going to be thm menu logo. I need to type it in manually. So thm menu logo2.png. Okay, so this whole command here, I'm going to copy it and I'm going to provide it to everybody in chat. What you need to do is you need to substitute out the IP address that I have here with your own IP address for the Carnage machine. So that is the command. Okay, so when we give the command, it says here that we saved the file. So thm logo2.png saved, great. And on the other end, on the Carnage machine on the left, we see here that we accessed the file, and it was accessed from this IP address right here. So this IP address right here is actually our attack box IP address. So we managed to download the file. Okay, that's what we wanted. We see here that we have the thm menu logo2.png file. We're just going to use the xdg open command to verify that we download the file. And this is the command for everybody in chat. Okay, so go ahead and give that command, and that opens up the picture file again. So we successfully transferred the file one more time, but this time we downloaded it using the wget command. So we combined the wget command on the attack box with the Python command that we used to serve up the file on the Carnage machine over here. So Amari says, this attack is very good when you download a file from the server. Yeah, well, I mean, we're using tools that every Linux computer has. And it's important to use whatever's there, because you're not guaranteed to have fancy software installed on the machines that you're hacking. So we're using something called the living off the land technique to use only the tools that are already in the environment. GradXT says, IoT botnets use both techniques. Oh, okay. So either wget or curl and the malware binary. Well, okay. If there isn't wget, it will echo the binary with escaped hex bytes. Echo E unescapes the hex bytes. That's interesting. I've never heard of that technique before, but it's something I should investigate in the future. Thank you, GradXT. Okay, let's go ahead and let's talk about the third technique we're going to be using to move files around. And GradXT has a link for us. Great. All right, so let's go back to our presentation. Okay, so let's talk one more time about what we used to transfer that file. So on private networks, convenient way to transfer files is to host files on a temporary HTTP server using Python. So on the Carnage machine, we hosted a temporary HTTP server using Python, and then on the attack box, we used the wget program to download the file. Amari says, but when you download it from another server like this, the firewall will block it. Maybe. It might not be, this might not be possible. This technique might not be possible in real life environments. And the point is when we do our CTF exercises, we usually use the easiest technique that we can, and this is one of the easiest. It's very convenient, and it uses tools that are on all the Linux boxes. Okay, so the method uses common tools and works with files of all sizes, but it should never be used outside of controlled network environments since it uses an unencrypted protocol, which is HTTP. I'm pretty sure you could get this working using an encrypted protocol, maybe HTTPS, but I'm not too sure exactly how you would do it. I've never really done it myself before. TDH Hust has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription. Okay, let's cover our third technique. So we're going to go over one more technique. This one is going to be the most secure technique for moving files around, but it's also got the most requirements. So the last technique we're going to be using is we're going to be transferring files via secure copy or scopy, and this uses the SSH protocol. So if both devices have SSH installed and running, and we have SSH credentials for the sending device, we can transfer files with the secure copy program, which is called SCP. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. Just a second while I run those ads. Because, well, we have to take our ad break because Twitch makes it, well, it's mandatory to run the ads on Twitch. But while we're running the ads, we're just going to take a little break for about a minute. And while that minute is passing by, I just want to share some bird videos with everybody. I love my birds. They come to the backyard where I am, and they show off how unbelievably cute they are. So enjoy this bird video. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Okay, so we'll be ending our ad break in just a little bit, but yeah, if you leave out a little dish of water for the birds during the summer, they will really appreciate it. They'll drink from the water. They'll also take a little bird bath if they need to. But yeah, birds need water during the summer when it's really hot, and they really appreciate it when you do. All right, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so the last technique we're talking about is secure copy. This is a secure method for transferring large files, but it also has the most strict requirements among the methods we're talking about today, and the command syntax is not very intuitive. So, okay, let's go ahead and talk about what the syntax looks like to run this command. Let's see, I think I've got the syntax over here. So once again, we're referring to our GitHub document over here for all of our instructions for this workshop. You can take a look at it at this link, and we're currently doing part 3. So part 3 is going to be SCP, or rather SSH file transfer. And let me go ahead and copy this command. So we're going to be using this command over here from the Carnage machine to transfer the file. Thank you very much, ComTrees, for subscribing for following on Twitch. Thank you. So this is the command over here, and let's just talk about what this command is doing before we run the command. Okay, so we're going to put this front and center and make it nice and big. Okay, so this is the command over here. So the first part of the command is the command itself. It's scopy. And the next thing we need to do is we need to provide a username that we have SSH access with. So in this case, it's going to be root, and then we need to provide the server address. So it's going to be at attackbox IP. So we're going to get the attackbox IP in just a minute, and we're going to be using it as part of this command. So the next thing we need to do is we need to specify the file that we want to download. So the file we want to download is this one, the picture.png file that we created earlier. And we're copying this from the root directory, and we're going to put it in our current directory by specifying the dot over here. So this is the directory where it is on the file system we're reaching out to, which is the attack box. And the directory that we're going to copy it to is going to be the current directory, which is dot in Linux. So this is the command. So I'm just going to copy the command, and I'm going to go over to the Carnage machine. Okay, so the Carnage machine seems to have resized. Okay, well, let me reload that. Reload the web page. Okay, awesome. So we still have the Python HTTP server running right now. We can exit out of it by using the Control-C keyboard shortcut. So hold down Control and hit the C button on the keyboard. That's going to exit from the program. So from here, what we can do is we can just give this command here. We're going to paste in the command that we copied. Okay. We need to use the clipboard again. So in the Carnage machine, we're going to go over to the left-hand side. We're going to click on the control bar. We're going to click on the clipboard. And in the clipboard, we're just going to erase what's already there, and then we're going to paste in the command. So after that, we can close the clipboard, and then we can paste in the command inside the terminal. All right, so I think we can't see all of the command. Let me resize the window a little bit. Okay, resize the window. It's hard to grab these edges. Okay. So this is the command over here. So scp root at attackbox IP :/root/picture.png. So we're going to be copying the picture.png file from the attack box, and we're going to copy it over to the Carnage machine in this case. What we need to do is we need to get the attack box IP. And the attack box IP, you're going to see it in the prompt over here in the attack box. So in the attack box prompt, you see that the IP is this. Whatever it is, just substitute that in for the attack box IP in this command here. So I'm just going to go over to here. I'm going to delete attack box IP. I'm going to substitute in the attack box IP, which is 10.10.233.141. Remember that your attack box IP is going to be different from everybody else's attack box IP. Nick CS asks, is there a reason why you're not using your own virtual machine? So I'm using the virtual machines from TryHackMe because everybody has access to those machines. So everybody else can participate even if they don't have a virtual machine of their own. So I'm just trying to make sure that the most number of people can participate in the lesson. Okay, so we've got the command over here, and Thank you very much, Rio7. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so let's give the command. When we give the command, it's going to say over here, are you sure you want to continue connecting? So this is pretty standard for SSH. We want to type in yes and hit enter. And then it's going to ask for root's password. So the root password is actually the root password for the attack box over here. So in the attack box, we can actually get the root password by going over to the web browser address bar over here. We're going to click into it, and we can actually scroll around. You're going to see that there's going to be a password value over here. So it says password equals all this stuff over here and proxy something something. So the value of the password is actually going to be everything before the ampersand symbol over here and everything after the equal symbol. So go ahead and highlight that. So remember, we start after the equal symbol, we stop before the ampersand symbol. Copy that. Let's see, Nixie CS says, aren't the tools being used the same anyway? Okay, I'm demonstrating using the TryHackMe virtual machines because not everybody has access to the same stuff, and this is the way that we make sure that everybody has the access to the same stuff. Okay, so here in the Carnage machine, we can click open the clipboard. We can delete what is already in the clipboard. We'll paste in the password, and then we'll close the clipboard, and then we will paste in the password and hit enter. And then afterwards, we'll see that the picture.png file was copied over correctly. It says 100%, and type in ls. We should have picture.png, which we did not have before. So this is basically the same picture that we've been transferring back and forth all this time, but this is just a convenient way to demonstrate that we can transfer the files back and forth. Okay, so to prove that that the file transferred over correctly, we're just going to give the xdg open command again. And that will open up, well, it should open up the picture. Did it? Does it not feel like opening up? Hold on. Okay, it was just kind of slow, but it did open up eventually. So it opens it up in the web browser, and we see that we did manage to transfer over the file. Okay, great. Okay, so if there are any questions about any of the techniques that we used to transfer files over in today's lesson, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to address your comments and questions as soon as possible. Okay, GretXT says, I get it as an example demonstration, but in my opinion, there are drawbacks for using scopy. Okay. Especially if there's a sysadmin keylogger getting your attack box back. Yeah. It would be really bad if you provided your password for when you transfer the files and provide the password. Kind of bad to get root on your machine. If using scopy, a no shell user would be better. Those are very valid critiques, GradXT. Thank you very much for bringing them up. I just the main point of today's workshop is to demonstrate a few different techniques that you could use for transferring files. Of course, there's probably better ways to transfer files, but if you're starting out doing network hacking exercises, these are probably a few easy ways to transfer files. I would definitely not use secure copy if I didn't need to, because it's kind of a pain in the butt to get the syntax down. You also need both of the servers to be running SSH, and yeah, you could run into some problems in a real life scenario. But probably my favorite method of transferring files around when we're doing network hacking exercises is using the Python HTTP server to host the files and then downloading it from the other end using wget or curl. But yeah, let's talk about what we learned today before we finish out today's lesson. I want to say that probably the method that's not going to get you caught is going to be this method over here, using the base64 command and the clipboard, because it doesn't leave any network traffic, but it's actually not a very good technique if you're dealing with really large files, because really large files are going to be very hard to copy over to the clipboard, because and also just selecting them in the first place is going to be a bit of a pain in the butt. With Python, easier. Rio says, thank you for the information. I just want to help everybody, get started doing network hacking, because it's one of my favorite things to do. Python, easier and faster. Most of the time, yeah, Python is a really great tool if you can, if you know the tricks. Okay, so let's see. So what are file transfers? So file transfers are an essential operation of computer networking. We learned a few different methods for file transfer today. We learned how to transfer small files using the clipboard and base64. And this is very good for small files. And it's also pretty secure because nothing actually gets sent over the network. It's not practical for larger files. We talked about using the Python HTTP server and wget, which is a pretty convenient and easy to use method, but is not recommended for real life scenarios because HTTP is an unencrypted protocol. And we talked about secure copy. So secure copy is the most secure method of moving files around, but if you're doing a hacking scenario and you're using scopy, there could be some problems that come up, as GradXT in Twitch chat has brought up. Okay, so what are we going to be doing next time? So we've got 3 lessons left for this network hacking course, and in the next lesson, we're going to be talking about how to do malicious file upload attacks. Amari says, when are you going to be talking about file transfer? When you talk about file transfer, you should include the FTP server. Yeah, you can also host files on FTP, but we can't really rely on there being an FTP service on one of the boxes that we're hacking when we do our network hacking exercises. So what are we doing in the next HackerFrogs workshop? So we're going to be talking about how to do malicious file upload attacks, otherwise called file upload attacks. It's basically getting the uploaded file to run some malicious code. And this can be very dangerous, because if we're able to execute arbitrary code by uploading a file, we can get remote code execution, which is a very serious problem, and we can also compromise servers this way. So we're going to be talking about that on, well, what day is it today? It is Wednesday, my dudes. Okay, so we're going to be talking about this on the Friday lesson. So please tune into that if you got some time. All right. So at this point in time, we're going to stop. We're going to finish off this lesson for the students over on Zoom. But for the people who are watching on YouTube and on Twitch, we're just going to take a little break while I finish up the lesson on Zoom. In the meantime, you guys can listen to some music and then watch the awesome Be Right Back screen. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to be starting the second part of today's stream. And the second part is we're going to be covering this little hacking platform. It's easy hacking exercises at Hack the Web. If you've never taken a look at it before, this is the link over here, and I'll just leave that in the chat. Okay, so everybody hang tight, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Enjoy the music and enjoy the Be Right Back screen. Okay, everybody, we're back. We're back. All right, so we're going to be doing part 2 of this stream, and we're going to be taking a look at some easy hacker exercises. So we've got this this game that we've been playing for the last few weeks. It's called Hack the Web, and you can find it over at this website right over here. So when you arrive at the website, you can make an account, and then you can start solving some challenges. The thing is that let me log out for a second. When you come across this page, you're going to see that it's in German. So it's in German, but you can translate the page into English. wget says Minecraft. Are we doing Minecraft? Where did you see Minecraft? Anyways. Alright, so what we can do is we can go over here and we can change the language. So it starts off as DE, as in Deutsch, as in German. We can change it over to EN. And that's going to present the website in English, which is what we want. So after that, we can log in, and we're going to be solving some challenges. CrowdXD says, kein problem for mich. German in high school, never forgot. Awesome, awesome. If you want to use the website in German, feel free. But for for the rest of us who don't read German, I think German's a pretty awesome language. But I can't read it. But I appreciate the language. Anyways, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be solving some of the challenges from this website, and we're going to be doing some documentation as well. The challenges are not super difficult, but they do get you thinking about some cybersecurity concepts and some technology concepts in general. So let's go ahead and start one of these challenges. So this one is called Hard Work. Okay? This is challenge number 8. I'm pretty sure that if you just directly move over to the challenge, you don't need to have it unlocked to access it. Okay. So for each one of these challenges, we're going to do a little write-up for the challenge, which I'm going to be keeping track of over here. If you want to see all of the other write-ups for the challenges that we've solved already, you can access it from the GitHub over here. And let me go ahead and start up the one for this challenge. So this is challenge number 8, and this is called Hard Work. We're going to be documenting how to solve the challenge over here. So we're gonna record the URL, the concept. Actually, I guess the category we would put it into if this were a regular CTF challenge. The concept that's introducing the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Oh, that's not it. Okay, so the challenge is over here. Let me copy that URL. Oracle Writer says, "Hi, what's going on?" Oracle Writer, we're just doing some easy hacking challenges over at Hack the Web. So here's the link for the website if you want to join along. But welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet, because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
And Oracle Writer. Oracle Writer asked, did I make this website? I did not make this website. I'm more of but I do like finding these kind of websites. I did not make this website. This website was made by some other very talented people. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at what is involved in this challenge. So the challenge is called Hard Work. Hello, mental arithmetic artist. You solve tasks faster than I can enter them in the calculator. You don't believe it? Here's an example. The answer of the result of this. Wait a minute, I'll get my calculator quickly. So we could probably solve this. We just need to solve this math problem. We can probably solve the math problem very easily by using Python. So what we can do is we can just copy this. We could use a web app if we wanted to. Maybe we can do something like online Python. Okay, and if we use online Python, let me, just in case you want to use this website as well, This is the website for online Python. Okay, so we would just run something like print as a just print these mathematical problems. Okay, so can I just grab this and then plug it in and then print it? Let's see if this works. Okay, so if we just print this and then run this, is it going to give me a result or is it going to give me an error message? Yeah, so it gives me the result over here. It's 55. Pretty convenient. GretXT says you can even right-click and use a search engine. I think Google automatically calculates math searches. Oh yeah, let's go over to Google and then paste it in. Okay, awesome. So you can solve this in a bunch of different ways, and well, you definitely don't need to go use a calculator app, and this is very convenient. Okay, so the answer is 55. And before we give the answer, I guess we could call this the general category. The concept is we can use all sorts of methods to do math problems. Okay, so for us, I guess, for the method of solve, we can just paste the math problem into Google, and the resulting page will have solved the problem for us. Awesome. We could also use Python. So let's see. We can also use Python and the terminal. So using the terminal is something we really like to do. Tiny Witch Draws. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. You're now HackerFrog. And let's give you a Nyan Cat. It's the meme from the past that never gets old. So because we love using the terminal here on HackerFrogs, we could also do a Python command from the terminal. So Python C command print this whole thing. So what is the whole thing? It's this. Over here. Okay, so if we get out of here. So if we just use the Python command also gets us 55. Hack the multiverse. Hack the multiverse. Keep up the good work, says Tiny Wish. Thank you very much. If you're enjoying what you see over here, then I'm doing a good job. And, well, if you want to see any improvements over here, also let us know. We try to take, let's see, constructive feedback. Yeah, that's the word. GretXT says, oh, we can also use, okay, $sign. $sign inside the terminal, so it's just, let's see. It is double parentheses and $sign. Huh, that works. Awesome. I didn't know. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you, GretXT. All right. Yeah, you could also do this over here. Let's copy that and provide it to everybody in chat. Anyways, let's move on to. Oh, I still have these two virtual machines running. I'm going to close those. Okay, let's go ahead and save out this little write-up, and we'll move on to the next challenge. Actually, I haven't solved this yet. Okay, the answer is 55. Go. Okay, done. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. And if we're moving systematically, I think the next challenge is going to be this one over here called survey. Let me get the link for everybody. There you go. Oh, okay. The survey is currently only available in German. Actually, you know what? Well, we could switch over to German and then take the survey, but let's skip this one because it seems like it may be a bit long. It's an actual survey that we need to fill out. So let's skip this one and let's go to the next one. GradXT says only available in German. Time to Google Translate Spanish. Of course, Docker Labs, just like Docker Labs. But we'll skip this one for now. Let's go ahead and do this birthday challenge instead. Okay, so birthday. This is the link. And before we solve the challenge, we're going to set up our write-up. So the challenge is going to be called 077 birthday. Okay, let's set up our, let's see, we need our URL, we need our category, our concept, and our method of solve. We've got ads running on YouTube, sorry, running on Twitch, so we'll also run them on YouTube, and we're going to put on some birds. So we like to put the birds on during the break, just so we have something to look at when the ads end for everybody. But we're going to be back in about 50 seconds because we're taking our ad break. If you need to get up and stretch or get some water, now's the time to do so. We'll see you in about 50 seconds. Jake, Mr. Hack, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about the Desert Frog? Okay, let's put the birds away. This bird, by the way, is called a northern flicker. It is a fun little woodpecker that you'll see all over North America. Okay, let's go ahead and fill these in. So the URL for this challenge is this. The category we don't know yet, the concept we don't know yet, the method of solve we don't know yet. Let's take a look at the challenge. So just in case anybody's wondering, this is the challenge we're looking at. So it says, even people from a completely different era can inspire us today. Such an individual was born on June 23rd, 1912, and led a brilliant yet tragic life. Your answer is the last name of this person. So this is some open source intelligence. So I guess we would call this OSINT. The concept is we need to research a specific person based on their birth date. And a few details. So what are the details here? So it's going to be June 23rd, 1912, and a brilliant yet tragic life. The answer is the last name of this person. So let's go ahead and do some Google searching. So over here, we're just going to plug in this date. I wonder, birthday. Okay. So according to the AI, and I guess we could have gotten this from Google searching as well, it says Alan Turing, a British mathematician, computer scientist, logician, cryptanalyst, philosopher, theoretical biologist. So if you don't know who Alan Turing is, Alan Turing was a really pivotal and important person in the fields of computer science and cryptography. And yeah, if you want to look them up, I'll leave the link for the Wikipedia article. Whoa, that is not a good looking link. Let us grab the better looking link. Yeah, this is a much better looking link, everybody. Okay, so the answer is going to be the last name. So the last name is Turing. Let's copy this. Okay, so search for the birthday specified. The answer is Turing. Okay, let's go ahead and solve the challenge. Turing. I think we need to capitalize that. Okay, Turing is correct. Great. Okay, let's move on. The next challenge is the Unicorn Challenge. So we're just trying to solve these challenges over here. The challenges, most of these challenges are not especially difficult, but they really do get us in the mood for learning about new topics. Okay, let's go ahead and commit these changes, and we'll do the Unicorn Challenge next. So let's go over here. This is the link. So we're just going to be solving some of these challenges for the next 40 minutes or so, and then we'll move on to the next topic. But I think it's important to do some stuff that is easy to help people who are not super familiar with cybersecurity or hacking topics to just get a feel for the type of stuff that we do. Okay, so before we take a look at the challenge, let's set up the write-up, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're going to call this 023 Unicorn. We need to record the URL, the category, the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So it says the Unicorn of Mathematics is a project similar to Hack the Web, but for mathematics. The main characters are a pair of unicorn siblings. Okay, visit the website. The answer is the name of the little brother. The website is currently only available in German, but of course you can use a translator. Okay. Unicorn of Mathematics, I guess it's another game website that gets people interested in doing mathematics stuff. That's my guess. Okay, so I guess there's a link over here. We're going to put it in a new tab. Okay, so we've got a page. I guess we can translate this into English. So on most of your web browsers, you should have a little button over here at the top of the URL, the address bar, and this is going to let you translate from one language to another. So we're going to translate from German to English. Okay, so let's take a look at what the description page says. So go on a tour of mathematics with the unicorn lady Tina. Colorful stories, you will encounter many topics that you will invite you to join in. The entrance is very gentle, something something. I only see one name here. Well, I mean, the only name is Tina, so I guess Tina is going to be the answer for this challenge. So let's go back and let's check to see if that's the answer. Is the answer Tina? Tina is wrong. Oh, we're looking for the name of the little brother. Where do we? Okay, let's explore this page a little more. Okay, so do we click on the start button? It says, what is your name? So what is your name? I don't know. The Shy Hat. Get a ticket. And a client-side exception has occurred. Is this program broken? Okay, let's try translating it one more time. We've got a rainbow over here. I guess we can click on start. My name is Tina, and I'm a unicorn lady. My cute brother Teo. Okay, so Teo is going to be the name that we want to submit. Great, great, great. Okay, let's submit that as the answer. Okay, Teo's correct. Great. So how did we solve that challenge? The category for this challenge, if this was a regular CTF, I guess we would call these kind of challenges OSINT challenges. The concept is to do what? Investigate the website specified and get the name. Method of solve. Navigate a translated website. Sure. Navigate a website and translate it if you don't speak German. The answer is Teo. Okay, let's go ahead and solve this challenge. All right, let's move on to the next one. So easy challenges means that we can solve a lot of these challenges in one sitting, which is nice. Okay, so the next challenge is called there's one called Unix timestamp. I wonder, Okay, let's go ahead. We'll solve the paper challenge next, and then the Unix timestamp challenge afterwards. Okay, so this is the next challenge. It's called paper. All right, let's get ready to do our write-up for this challenge. So this is 078 paper. Okay, we need to record the URL. We need to categorize the challenge. We need to get the concept and the method of solve. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge. Okay, so here, most websites can adapt to the size of the screen, be it a mobile phone, tablet, or large monitor. In the analog world, these options do not exist. There, you will often find the DIN A4 format. A website can be converted to the DIN A4 format, for example, using the print view. There you will find the answer to this task. What? A website can be converted to the DIN A4 format using the print preview. Okay, so if we try to print this page, okay. Let's see. The answer is this. Interesting. I didn't know that you could hide information in these print options over here. That's really cool. The answer is this thing. Tin10 strahl. Let me type that in. Tin10 strahl. This probably means something in German. It doesn't mean anything to me in English. Okay, we can cancel this. Okay, let's do our write-up. Well, we can also DIN4 format. I didn't know about this. Okay, so what do we call this? I guess this is another one of those OSINT category challenges. The concept is learn about DIN A4 format. Learn about printing web pages. Oh, okay. In CSS, there's a way to style things only when printed. Lucky Lime says, "Teach me how to hack." So yeah, we're just we're using a fun little game website over here that teaches about different technology concepts. I like the structure you have going on here, says Abe. Thank you very much, Abe, and welcome to the stream, Lucky Lime. You can in CSS, there's a way of styling things that only when they're printed. Is that what's going on here? Let's take a look at the page source for this web page. So you can right click, you can do page source, and we've got this CSS file over here. The rest of the web page doesn't have, or does it? Ah, okay, so it says print only. The answer is this. So they hid the message, they hid the answer inside of this print only tag. That's really cool. I didn't know that this was Lucky Lime says, I want to hack people for being mean to me. I don't recommend using hacking to take revenge on people that are being mean to you. We try not to do anything illegal with our hacking on this channel. But Lucky Lime, you're free to learn with us if you like. Just try not to do anything bad, okay? Varen says, "Hello, I'm new here. I don't know what you're hacking or doing specifically." So we're just doing some challenges over here on this website. So the website is in German, but you can change the language of the website when you go over to it, and you can make an account, and you can start solving some of the challenges. They're pretty easy challenges for the most part, but if you ever get stuck, I've got a GitHub page you can look at to get you unstuck for these challenges. Okay, so method of solve. Learn about printing web pages. I guess the other thing that we learned today. Oh, Glymax, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you, Glymax. Good evening, nice to see you. And Vern says, "Awesome work." Thank you very much. Pass my Security Plus. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad that you passed the Security Plus. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so Lucky Lime, like I said, we don't condone doing bad things with our hacking. We do good things with our hacking here. But don't tell me that you're going to do any bad things with the hacking, please. Thank you, Lucky Lime. Okay, so I guess the other thing that we learned today for this lesson is that there's a tag inside of there's a tag inside of HTML that's called print only. Okay, so it's I guess you'd call it a class. Stan C U Liao, nice to see you here. And anyways, let's focus on the positive aspects. I'm sorry to hear that that people are not treating you right, Lucky Lime. Okay, so it's the media print. Does that work? I want to do some experimentation with this. So style print only. Okay. This is So this is CSS. All right. Let's go back. So there are CSS print only tags that only show up when printed. These tags can also appear in the HTTP source. Okay, so either we can take a look at the HTTP source for the answer, or we can try printing the page, and the answer appears in the print preview. Okay, Anthony says, which Android app can I use to code? Android application you can use to code, and GradXT suggests QPython. Will let you run Python on Android. It depends on what kind of code you want to do. I've never really done coding on mobile devices, but GradXT has the answer. Thank you, GradXT. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Lucky Lime says, what is hacking and can you teach me? So hacking is basically taking advantage of a system in a way that wasn't intended. And hacking happens all the time. People do any system, if it's complicated enough, can be hacked. And, well, just to re-emphasize that we don't do anything bad with our hacking over here. Hacking's not a crime. Unless it is. Anyways, okay, so this is the answer. Let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge, and if you want to join in with us and do these challenges yourself, we're just playing a little game on this website. Okay, so the next challenge is called Unix timestamp. That's, well, we all love our Unix over here, and I guess we'll learn a little bit more about Unix in this next challenge. All right, so this is the link. Lucky Lime says, can you teach me botnet? I can't teach you how to create botnets. I personally don't know how to create botnets, and well, most people who use botnets they're not using them for any good stuff. Anyways, let's prepare to do our write-up for this challenge. Let's see. Let's make a new file. We'll call this, what is it? 030 Unix timestamp. You're ethical now, yeah, of course. I mean, you could probably search up how to create botnets. I don't think I could explain it very well. All right, so 2, 3, 4. The URL for this challenge is this. Which category do we put it in? What is the concept? And how do we solve the challenge? Yeah, I think... Let's see. Varen says you can also use the vulnerability in... Let's see, what is... So Varen's talking about, I've been familiar with this for some time. I know a server can host some files like HTML, the CSS and some other stuff, but you aim to get sensitive private data. Well, I mean, what we try to do with our cybersecurity is we try to identify potential problems with the security of websites and applications and other services, and then we can try to solve those issues. We're trying to identify problems. We're not so much about abusing those problems. Okay, so what are we taking a look? What are we going to be doing in this challenge? So the challenge is called Unix timestamp. So it says, in which year is the point in time this number? So this number probably has some significance, or it's in a format that has to do with the Unix timestamp. So we could probably just Google this. We're probably going to get an answer if we ask the AI, or we search this on Google. So we search Google, Unix time, and then paste in the number. Okay, so we get this over here. So Unix timestamp. There's a website over here, Unix timestamp. We can just look at it, and oh, okay. So I think I figured out how we figured this out. So this is a number of seconds since the Unix epoch, and the Unix epoch is January 1st, 1970 in UTC. Okay. Lucky Lime asks, how do I hack a game? How do I hack a game? Hacking a game usually has to do with figuring out where the where the variables for the game are stored inside the memory, and then editing those values. If you want to do a little module on how to hack games, TryHackMe has a couple of good modules. And I think so. TryHackMe in general is a pretty good resource for learning about cybersecurity. And you know what? If you wanna do the basics of learning how to do hacking, then I would start with echoCTF. So echoCTF is another platform. It's a very good platform for learning about cybersecurity. And take a look at the playlist over here. So you want to hack software, you want to crack software. Okay, sure, but you need to start somewhere. You need to start somewhere. And I'd start with the playlist over there, make an account over at echoCTF, and then start doing some of the challenges over there. Okay, so where were we? Okay, so it seems that the number that were provided over here is the number of seconds since January 1st in 1970. So we can just copy the number, and then we can use a web app like this, paste in the number, convert, and then it says that it is this time. So 30 years ago. 30 years ago, huh? Your time zone, it is this. Okay. GradXT, look into Pony Island for game hacking. It was made for it. Yeah, Pony Island is a pretty good game for learning about game hacking. Let me see if I can get a link. Pony Island. So here's the Steam link. Oh wait, I should probably, click into this first. Lucky Lime says, 1 to 10, how experienced are you? You're talking about me? I wouldn't consider myself very experienced for hacking, but I do teach beginner hacking. If I'm going to rate my knowledge in hacking compared to everybody else who are also hackers, I would put myself at like a 2 or a 3. So a 2 or a 3 out of 10. The people who are really good at hacking, they're probably not going to be live streaming this stuff. They're usually in, like hunkered in, not leaving their room and doing the real hacking. Okay, so where were we? So the let's see, in which year is the point in time this? So we're taking a look at, we need to provide the year as the answer. So according to this, the year is 30 years ago. And that's going to be 1995. So I'm guessing that 1995 is the answer. Let's go ahead and submit this. 1995 is correct. Great. Okay. Lucky Lime says, invite me to a government forum for hacking, please. A government forum for hacking. I don't have access to government forums for hacking, unfortunately. But, yeah, so unfortunately I can't help you. Alright, so 1995 was correct. So what did we have to understand here? So I guess this is more OSINT. The concept was learn what the Unix timestamp is. So the Unix timestamp is the number of seconds that have elapsed since the beginning of the Unix epoch. The Unix epoch started. What is that date? The date is January 1st, 1970. January 1st, 1970. Lucky Lamb says, can I pay you to teach me the real hardcore stuff? I don't, I teach for free. I teach for free, and I don't think I know any real hardcore stuff. So let's see. Amari says, you have to learn kernel and SE Linux for hardware. The recent attack is the Linux calculator. I didn't know about that. Anyway, so we've got another ad on Twitch right now, so I'm running one on YouTube. And let's go ahead and play some birds. So the reason I like to put the birds on is that the birds are a good reset from whatever is going on the stream. Anyways, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 1 minute. But enjoy the squirrels and birds, and enjoy the music. We'll be back in 50 seconds. Okay, so if anybody's wondering, this is a Stellar's Jay. So they're the West Coast version of the Blue Jay, and it's a very beautiful bird that that lives around where I live, which is around Vancouver. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. So the Unix epoch started in January 1st, 1970. So the timestamp for... Yeah, so it's the number of seconds that have elapsed since the beginning of the Unix epoch. So the method of solve. How do we solve this problem over here? Lucky Lime says, should I sign up for my goals? Sign up for your goals. Abe says that their cat really enjoyed the bird video. Awesome. Okay, and what do we have? Sign up for your goals. What do you? Well, I mean, listen. If you want to learn hacking, start from the beginning. You need to learn a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff you need to understand to do like technical hacking stuff. I think, well, one thing that I can recommend is that you learn about IT in general and about networking in particular, because a lot of hacking stuff involves computer networking. So let's see, Professor Messer, our good friend. Let's see. They do stuff for the A+, for the CompTIA A+ certificate. It's the material in the A+ certificate is very good for people trying to get into IT-related fields in general. And where we got the A+ training course. Okay, let me just get this playlist. It's a very good playlist for learning about technology. Lucky Lime says, I'm going to college for it. What do I need to go with? So, well, if you're going to college, you probably want to go into computer science if you want to learn about hacking stuff. Going into cybersecurity, the cybersecurity specialty, I'm not sure whether or not that's the best way to go. But yeah, learn the basics with courses like these from CompTIA, and that'll help you get a foundation for doing hacking stuff. Okay, so let's go back to our challenge over here. So the method of solve, well, there's a handy website. that can calculate a Unix timestamp. And I guess we'll provide that website. It is this one over here. Okay, so let's see, what do you see? What do we got here? Okay, going for information technology. Previous comment. So Vernon, let me take a look. Maybe you'll need it for learning more or getting familiar with other things. And oh, okay, let me see what other comments you got, Vernon. Awesome work. Some programming languages that make these sites have important vulnerabilities that are being sold on the dark web or sites. Ah, okay. Yeah. I think, well, I mean, we have to make sure that we're coding secure websites, otherwise bad guys can get into the websites, which is not ideal, really. Okay, so let's see. Our riffle asks, where are you from? I'm Canadian. So we're doing, well, I'm from Canada, and I'm associated with the local cybersecurity group over at Vancouver. And if you're interested in getting into cybersecurity, one of the best things you can do is you can start searching around for in-person cybersecurity meetup groups. And there are quite a few of them in Vancouver, but if you're living around any large city, there's probably going to be one around you as well. Shellcoder best. Hello, Assassin's Coded? Assassin's Co-Oded? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. But welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Vera, no problem. I'm here to help everybody try to get into cybersecurity and to learn all sorts of interesting stuff. But welcome, and you are welcome in the stream, of course. All right, so there's a handy website that can calculate a Unix timestamp. The answer is 1995. I'm pretty sure that's what the answer was. Okay, let's go ahead and commit this, and we'll move on to the next challenge. I think we can do one more challenge before we finish up for the day. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the next challenge on the website here. So everybody, we're doing challenges from this website over here. If you're a person who's new to cybersecurity or new to technology in general, this is a pretty good game for learning about all sorts of fun concepts. And let's solve our last challenge for today. This is going to be the Carol challenge. That's a funny spelling for Carol. Anyways, here's the link for the challenge. You can take part yourself. Oh, this one looks interesting. Okay, so let's get ready to solve the challenge over in the GitHub here. This is challenge number 70. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we're doing a little write-up, because if you didn't document what you did, it didn't happen. That's what we say in cybersecurity. Okay, so the URL for the challenge is this. The category is this, the concept, and we got a method of solve. Alright, let's take a look at the challenge. So if we competed against each other in a Lego competition today, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Somehow I was more creative when I was young. So luckily, programming doesn't require so much creativity and you can focus more on problem solving. Robot Carol tries to find the middle ground and connect to the Lego world. You can find an online version of the Robot Carol here. Amari says, your birds are therapy for hackers. Therapy for hackers. Well, I mean, we all need to touch grass every once in a while. Watching the birds fly around and have a good time, that makes me happy. Oh, it looks like everything's in German. Can we change? We need to, looks like there's no translation for this application, unfortunately. So what are we trying to do? Huh. So what do we need to do in the challenge? Robot, Carol. So this is basically some code. It's kind of like Scratch code. That's what I'm guessing. Abe says, my cat as a master hacker, I can confirm she enjoyed it. Okay. Galaxy says, I've been wondering when Google is going to be implementing more advanced LLMs into Google Translate. I find it does a better job at producing coherent Chinese translation, really. Okay, so I think build the following code with Carol and run the program. So Vider whole 42 something. Oh man. Okay, so Vider whole, I think this is the shape we drag in here, and we need to change the number to 42. I guess what we're doing is we're doing some sort of programming here. I guess you would translate each word one by one. Well, we have the instructions we're supposed to put in here. We just need to figure out what it's doing. We got Schritt, we got Marquez Cezanne. Sure. Where's Schritt? Schritt is here. Marquez Cezanne is here. What else is here? Wenn ist wann dann? I think this is an if. This is some sort of like if conditional over here, I think. There's translation notes at the bottom. Okay, so if then, okay. Schritt is step. Wiederhol mal is repeat X number of times. Schritt is step. Istwand is wall. Okay. Linkes drehen is turn left, and Marke löschen is remove marker. Okay, so we just need to insert these two left. Wenn ist Wand. Where is it? Man. What was the instruction? Wenn ist Wand dann. Okay. And we need to drag the wall in here. No, that doesn't work. Ah, okay, so this works. And links drehen Marcus Loschen. Where are those instructions? Ah, okay. Is that it? Oh man. Okay, okay. So let's try running this. This looks kind of similar to what is over here, but there's one thing that's there's one thing that I've got extra here. Oh, I think this means else. So I just need to grab the one that doesn't have else. Okay, let me try putting this stuff in. So this is like Scratch programming, where you just need to drag in and out some statements. And I think we can run the program now. Where's the start button? Okay, so we can start. So we see the oh man. So it's just hopping around, okay, great. So what do we need to do with this? So the answer is the number of yellow tokens at the end. So we see the yellow tokens here. I guess we can count them up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 2, 14, 16. So this is 14, and then the ones at the end, 16. Okay, let's try submitting that as the answer. This is correct. Okay, so I mean, this introduced us to some fun Scratch-like programming. You can find an online version of Robot Carol here. So let's. Oh, this is something that the the site creator created. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not in English. If it was in English, then it would be a pretty fun little tool to use. There's no translate button, huh? Oh wait, we can change it over to English. Oh, cool. Wait, can we do this in this version as well? Okay, we can change this to... Oh man, I didn't see it. I didn't see it before. Okay, Amari says, I tried Hack My VM that you mentioned. It's good practice. Yeah, I've got I have all sorts of websites that we can do for CTF box challenges. So they're basically little hacking challenges where you have to hack against a computer until you get the highest level of access. The latest one that we've been playing around with, and I think GradXT, did you see this one? This was called Pwn Till Dawn. Pwn Till Dawn. This one over here. I'm all about finding those hipster CTF platforms. But let's do our little write-up over here. So the category for this is a programming exercise. And the concept. So the Robot Carol platform is a visual programming language that is similar to Scratch. We use blocks. We drag and drop blocks into the interface to provide instructions to the robot. Okay, so the method of solve is create the program specified, then run it. The answer is 16. Okay, let's save this out, and then we can... Wow, it is the top of the hour, and then we can move on to our next portion of the stream. What are we doing in the next portion of the stream? We're going to be doing the OWASP Juice Shop in the next portion of the stream. This is a very popular web application for learning about web app hacking. I don't know if I mentioned that, Amari, but yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and move over to that Try Hack Me room. This is the one for OWASP Juice Shop. Let me just pull this up manually. So the room is OWASP Juice Shop. So in this portion of the stream, we're going to be talking about Thank you very much, GX000, for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. We're just going to be talking about the OWASP Juice Shop today, and if you don't have an account over at Try Hack Me, you can go ahead and make one over there. All the stuff that we're covering today, this is all free. Assassin's Coded says, "What's your Try Hack Me nickname?" So I am the Shy Hat. Hold on. Yeah, the Shy Hat. And if you want to I don't know if you can add friends on TryHackMe, but yeah, that's the legend. Yeah, I think in the first 2 years that TryHackMe was out, I solved most of the rooms that were free, and that's how I got all these points over here. Anyways, let's go back to the OWASP do shop. So the link, well, just in case you didn't see, Leet Bro. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you do a lot of stuff on TryHackMe, you'll eventually earn those points too. Anyways, OWASP Juice Shop, you can access this the OWASP Juice Shop by starting up the machine. So well, let me demonstrate what this looks like if you're coming in fresh. So if you haven't used the room before, you're going to need to join the room to get access to the stuff. So over here, after you've logged into TryHackMe, access the room, and then click on the green Join Room button over here. After you've done that, then you can start the machine that's associated with this with the room. So in task 1, click on the Start Machine button, and it's going to say the machine is started. It may need a few minutes to become accessible. Unfortunately, it looks like if you're a free user, today's the web hacking class. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if you're a free user. You've probably used up all your time in the previous section. But if you didn't do the previous section, then you can start up the attack box, and then you can interact with the machine. I'm actually going to switch over to another account. Here's something you can do in TryHackMe. You only get an hour to work with the attack box each day, but if you use 2 separate accounts, you can get around that. It's not something I'm really advocating for, but it is something you could do. Anyways, I'm going to switch accounts because both my accounts are free. Just a second, everybody. I need to get my login details for my second account. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this off screen. Just because I need to put in some information. Just a second. Okay, I'm logged in with my second account. Let's go ahead and go back to the room. So this was OWASP Juice Shop. Yeah. Okay, so we need to join the room again, and then we need to start up the machines again. Start the machine. And if you can, start the attack box. So we're going to be using the attack box to access the machine. And what we're going to be doing today is we're basically going to be taking a look at the do shop and different parts of the website. While we're taking a look at the parts of the website, we're going to be talking about where we could be attacking for this particular web application. So this is in web application security, this is called walking the application, and it's basically identifying the portions of the website where we could do our security testing. So if you have suggestions or questions while we're doing the exercise, please let us know, because we don't want anybody to feel like they're being left out. Just gotta wait for the attack box to finish up in about a minute. In the meantime, what can we do? I guess we could watch some birds. Hold on. How about these happy birds? Okay, we got another, how many seconds? 40 seconds. All right, we got some, we have some birds. They're awesome. Lucky Lime says, I'm left out. I don't know what's going on. Can you explain for dummies? Okay, so we're using this website right here. It's called TryHackMe. And on the TryHackMe website, you can use their lessons. Each one of the lessons is called a room. And in each one of these rooms, you can start up some virtual machines. These are basically computers that are running on the cloud, and you can use them for education purposes. So we're going to be taking a look at this application over here. It's called the OWASP Juice Shop, and the OWASP Juice Shop is a very popular web application for learning about web security stuff. GX000 says, don't have a boat, haven't driven a boat in decades, and yet. Okay, so let me grab the what are you talking about, boats? I missed a message. I am randomly taking a course right now to get my boating license. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed your message there. Boats, huh? That'll be fun to do during the summer. Okay, so one more time. Okay, need to reload this. Get certified in Boat Plus. Yeah, not just Boat, but Boat Plus. There's a programming joke in there somewhere. First there was Boat, and then they expanded on Boat, and they called it Boat Plus. Okay, so there's the link. Make an account over at tryhackme.com, and then you can access the stuff on these different modules. Okay, so inside the attack box here, we're going to maximize it so that so we can see a lot of stuff. We can see more than half the screen. That's nice. So just go to the center of the screen, go down to the bottom. There's a button here labeled View in Full Screen. Click on that. I thought it was EC Console. EC Console, Council. Anyways, CompTIA. Okay, so after that, we've got the machine in full screen. This is what we want. We want to start up the web browser associated with this machine. So the attack box is a Linux virtual machine with a bunch of security tools installed, and this is what we're going to be using to take a look at the OWASP Juice Shop website. So you can click on this icon here or this icon here to start up the web browser. EC Council is Certified Ethical Hacker, I think, and some other certifications. Okay, so we've got the web browser inside our web browser. So there is a joke about Exhibit in there, talking about web browsers and web browsers. Okay, so the last thing we need to do to start the exercise is to get the IP address for this machine. So back here, we've got our IP address. We can copy this to the clipboard, and then we can go over to. So here we've got our targeted IP address. We can click on here to copy it to the clipboard. And then we can click on this button over here.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
Defus, thank you very much for redeeming All the Things. All the Things is a great hacker rap, and you can look it up on YouTube. It's a great song. Let's see. All the Hackers. Lucky Lamp says, what is an IP address? So an IP address is basically the way to identify a computer on a network. And so we're going to be accessing the computers by referencing their IP address for this exercise here. So we're just going to copy it to the clipboard. We're going to put it in the clipboard here, and we can access that with this button. Then we're going to go over to our attack box, and in the attack box, we're going to paste in the IP address. We're going to slap an HTTP on top of that. And this is going to give us access to the OWASP juice shop. I think I can maximize this too. Oh, is this not... Why is it having trouble accessing the machine? Okay, so the web app takes about 2 to 5 minutes to load, so please be patient. Temporary disable burp in your proxy settings for the current browser. Refreshing the... Okay, deploy the VM. Paste the IP into the browser. Why is it not loading up? Hold on, let me try refreshing the page. Okay, I think we've got it loaded up now. All right, we've got another ad on Twitch. So we ran one on YouTube, and we put on the birds. How about these birds? Okay, so here's another great Stellar's Jay. We'll be back in about 50 seconds, just taking a little water break. Okay, so Rufil says, try using your local machine connecting to THM via OpenVPN. Yeah, well, the reason why we demonstrate it using the attack box is because everybody has access to the attack box, but not everybody has access to OpenVPN, or not everybody knows how to use OpenVPN. So for people who are new, this is why I use the attack box. Okay, let's put the birds away, and then let's get back to the hacking. So it looks like it hasn't finished loading. Let's try loading it one more time. So yeah, the OWASP juice shop isn't loading for me. It's weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a little bit of diagnostics, because I need to figure out if I can... Hold on, let's make this big. Okay, let's see if I can ping to the machine. So we can communicate with the machine. We should be able to access it. I don't understand why the page isn't loading up here. Okay, let's try using curl. So I mean, we can use curl, but I don't understand why the website isn't working, or the web browser. The first step into hacking should be setting up your hacking VM. LP NSEM says, can ChatGPT help me with learning hacking? ChatGPT does not like talking about hacking stuff. You need to talk. Whenever you use ChatGPT to talk about hacking stuff, you need to say over and over again that you're doing ethical hacking, that you're doing stuff for educational purposes only. You're probably better off using DeepSeek. So you can try using DeepSeek instead. It's not going to give you as much problems when you're trying to ask about hacking stuff. Another service you could probably use Grok or Grok AI. You could try using Grok, you could try using Claude AI, whatever works. Okay, so the OWASP juice shop really doesn't feel like working for us. Oh, we need to turn off the proxy here. Yeah, okay. So they told us about this. So you need to disable the proxy for Burp Suite. So click on disable, maybe. Okay, so after we do that, can we load it up? Man, this is so slow. So this is turned off, right? This should be disabled. Let's see. Difa says, breaking your hacking VM 5 times before you break the first victim system is another good starting point. Could be, yeah. Could be. I mean, the way I like to teach is I like to get people straight into the action before they have to learn all of their IT stuff, because that's the more exciting way to do it. Okay, so, let me go ahead and close the browser and we'll restart it. I'm gonna just remove the Foxy Proxy extension. I really don't like it. Okay, let's access this thing again. Come on, OWASP, do shop. Show up for me, jeez. Okay, so it says it's transferring data, but I don't know if I can believe this. The other way we could do this is we could try using the Burp Suite browser, because the Burp Suite browser is already connected to Burp Suite. Although it is kind of a weird way to work around. But sometimes when you're hacking, you need to use weird workarounds. So we're just going to start up Burp Suite, and we're going to use the Burp Suite browser to access it instead of using Firefox. Sometimes it feels like the attack box is kind of an underpowered VM, but we do need to keep in mind that TryHackMe is providing all these computers for free. Lucky Lamb asks, are you using Linux? Yeah, so the attack box that is being provided here, it's a Linux virtual machine. Linux versus Windows, yeah. Most of the time when you're doing cybersecurity education, we work inside of Linux because there's a very convenient Linux virtual machine that has all of your security tools installed. Okay, so before we get underway, I need to change some of the settings over here. I'm going to make... I need to go down to Burp's browser and make it run without a sandbox. Okay. And then we need to go to proxy, turn off the intercept. Then we need to start up the browser. Here we go. So yeah, we use Linux when we study cybersecurity because we can access a machine that has all of the security tools installed already. Okay, we got the juice shop. Come on, juice shop. It looks like it's loading up. It looks like it's loading up. Come on. I guess this is really slow for some reason. I'm not too sure why. Let me check on the machine here. OWASP Juice Shop, it's this IP address. Yeah, this is the same IP address as up here. But for some reason it's not loading. I guess there's also the online version of OWASP Juice Shop, but the online version of OWASP Juice Shop is not very reliable. Sometimes it goes down randomly. Check the network tab. So, well, I mean, you're talking about this over here, or are you talking about something else? Big Doggy, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So there is an online version of OWASP Juice Shop. OWASP Juice Shop. But the problem is that it is off. Well, sometimes it goes offline, which is kind of inconvenient. But okay, so this is the OWASP Juice Shop that I'm talking about. If anybody's wondering what we're looking at, this is it. Just mess with the Juice Shop. If you run the Juice Shop Docker, yeah, we could also use Docker, but I'm trying to find an option that everybody else can access very easily and very quickly. Defa says Windows 10 will probably be my last Windows. Okay. I just don't get why they forced me to switch over to Windows 11, even though Windows 10 seems totally fine for pretty much everybody. Yeah, I think a lot of people, they really want to stick to Windows 10, and they don't want to go over to Windows 11. Whoa, there's a permafrost edition for 2020. That's awesome. Okay, so let's talk about this. Maybe we won't be working with the... Oh, it finally loaded up. Jeez. Okay, so we're gonna try using the... We're going to try using the Try Hack Me version over here, because we worked so hard to get it working. Anyways, so this is the OWASP Juice Shop. LP says, GS Vault says, when they push Windows 11, go back to using Windows 8. That's probably what you should do, yeah. LP says, I'm just getting into ethical hacking. I bought a few courses, but I don't like just copying steps. I want to actually understand how hackers think. Should I focus more on learning tools or understanding how the systems work first? And how did you train yourself to think like an attacker instead of just like a normal user? Okay. So let me address this. So you probably want to do everything all at once. If you just study how systems work, you're probably going to get bored. You want to study how systems work. You also want to do some hacking yourself. If you're trying to get into ethical hacking, I would say try to learn some basics about IT, and you're going to learn that through something like A+, right? I've been talking about this a lot. There's a channel on YouTube called Professor Messer, and they've got a great course on the A+ certification. It basically teaches you all about the basics of IT technology. I'll get the playlist for you for the A+ certification. You don't need to get the certification, you just need to study the stuff inside the course. Okay, and so at the same time you study about IT stuff, you can start learning about hacking at a very simple level. And I've got a playlist on my own YouTube channel that covers a lot of challenges from echoCTF. Okay, let's go ahead and change out the music. Let's try some moody space music. It's always a good play. Okay, so this is the playlist that I recommend over here. These are all from the echoCTF platform. You can make an account over there. It's free. And so the challenges over on this playlist, they start up very, 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 very easy. So the first few challenges are all about just opening up a terminal and then teaching you a few simple commands in Linux, and then they gradually get more difficult. So try as many of the challenges from the playlist as you can. Okay, let's get back to the OWASP juice shop. Where are we? Here. Here. Okay. So the OWASP juice shop, it's a juice shop. It's an online shopping application. So what we want to do first is we want to figure out which parts of the website exist. So there's obviously the landing page over here, and the landing page just has a list of items, and we can't actually log in. There's music's a bit loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. So along with the main page over here, we can click on the side menu, and in the side menu there are a few different sections over here. So there's about us, there's a photo wall, there's customer feedback. Each one of these sections of the website, we can do our attacks. We can attack each one of these these sections. So if we go over to customer feedback, there might be something that we can attack inside the customer feedback form. We need to identify each one of these parts of the website in order to figure out what the attack surface is for this particular application. Nanux, hello. Says, hacking is not just a thing to do, it's a whole mindset. Cybersecurity and the FOSS philosophy is what makes it great. Okay, so this over here, we could try to do some testing on this online form, but we should probably try to look for some other parts of the website first. So let's see. We have a search bar, and in the search bar we could do some testing in the search bar. Sometimes the search fields are vulnerable to certain injection attacks, but there's also this login form as well. So if we click on account, we can click on the login button, and the log button is, well, it'll take you to the login portion of the website. AJ says, why is Linux better for hacking? In reality, you could use any operating system for hacking, but a lot of people use Linux for hacking because there's a version of Linux that has all of the security tools, and that version of Linux is called Kali Linux. If you want to learn more about Kali Linux, you can download it from this link over here. Here you go. But if you really wanted to, you could use Windows to do hacking stuff as well. It's just that you have to find different ways to install your hacking tools is all. Okay, so Diva says, hack VMs, write down notes. If you get stuck, read write-ups. If you solve them, read or watch at least one write-up. Let's see. Always take notes. If you learn something interesting, play less video games. Instead, hack virtual machines. You will get better quickly if you keep doing that. Yeah, I mean, I do a lot less gaming than I used to. I used to be a very big gamer, but then I learned about hacking, and learning about hacking kind of scratches that itch that gaming used to for me. Okay, so where are we? What were we talking about? So this is the login page. So login pages are another very commonly tested part of the website, because you could potentially do a lot of malicious things by manipulating the login form. Cobblemaster says, you could use WSL on Windows to run Linux on or Kali. Yeah, you could. Let's see. AJ says, is hacking like playing chess? No. Hacking is kind of like a way of thinking. And hacking is just basically trying to figure out a system to get your best interaction with the system. So you can, there are a lot of different systems out there. We're talking about, when we're just talking about these web pages here, you could interact with this web page in so many different ways. But one of the ways that we could interact with this login page is we could try to log in without knowing a valid username or password. And this is an attack called the SQL authorization bypass. So in order to understand how to do this attack, you would have to understand what databases are and the way databases are used to log people into websites. Hacking is easier than chess. I don't know chess. Amari asks, what's the difference between Parrot OS and Kali for you? Are you talking to me? Kali Linux and Parrot OS are both cybersecurity distributions of Linux, but they've got very, very slight differences. I actually haven't used very much Parrot OS, but from the very little experience I have with Parrot OS, it's basically very, very similar to Kali. They're very, very similar to each other. But you know what? Let's ask the AI and see if it knows what the difference is. What are the major differences between Kali Linux and Parrot OS? Parrot OS is a way cooler boot up screen, while Parrot OS has is bird themed and Kali Linux is dragon themed. Okay, so Kali Linux is focused on offensive security. Parrot OS is more balanced, offering security, privacy, and development tools. So Kali Linux is used by security professionals, hackers, and pen testers, and Parrot OS is about security researchers, developers, and privacy-conscious users. So they're being maintained by different people. They use different desktop environments. They use different UI elements. Most of the tools are the same, the pre-installed tools on Kali Linux and Parrot OS. Let's see, Ariful says Parrot is best for anonymity. So, I mean, I guess if you want to use a security version of an OS for your daily computer use, I guess Parrot OS is going to be better than Kali Linux. But yeah, there's a bunch of different. I honestly don't know too much about the differences between the two systems, but you can probably do some quick research. I will say that if you're looking for technical support about if something goes wrong with either your Kali Linux or your Parrot OS, you're better off using Kali Linux because more people use Kali Linux than they use Parrot OS. So there's going to be a lot more support for people who are using Kali Linux. So let's see. Mawin says, I want to learn cybersecurity. Please, I want to know the steps from scratch to the top. I want to learn cybersecurity. Yeah, so Mawin, let me know what you already know about technology. Do you work with computers? Do you know about programming languages? What's your experience? Let me know and then I can give you some advice. Okay, so here. So we got our login page. And if you know about these different systems, like the database system and how web pages work, you might know about this attack right here called the authorization bypass. It basically lets you log into a website without knowing a valid username or password. So if you do this attack and it's successful, then you get to log into the website without knowing usernames or passwords. In this case, it logs us in as the admin account. Lucky Lime says, do I need to learn any languages to hack? So I assume that you're talking about programming languages. So the programming language that most people use in cybersecurity is Python. And if you're interested in learning Python, there's a very good course. There's a very good free course for Python from Skills for All. So let me grab the link. There you go. Okay, let's go back. So this is still loading, huh? Yeah, the application seems to be really slow on Try Hack Me. Maybe we'll have a better time of it when we use the Heroku app over here. Let me try the bypass over here as well. Okay. Aqua says, sup Aqua, nice to see you here. LP asks, I think Kali Linux is more advanced. They asked me to use Ubuntu. They asked me to use Ubuntu. Who is they? It's much easier. You can install anything you need on it. Well, the great thing about Linux is that it's very easy to install software. You can do it from the command line, and it's if something goes wrong, especially if something goes wrong, you're better off using Linux in a virtual environment, so a virtual machine. And if you can use a virtual machine, you can set up snapshots for your virtual machine. And if something goes catastrophically wrong with your Linux virtual machine, you can always revert to a snapshot where the stuff isn't screwed up. Yanux asks, will you make some OSINT related courses in the future? Yeah, that's definitely something I want to do in the future, but there's so many things I want to create for the HackerFrogs program. Mon says, I know the basics of computers and a few programming languages like Python and C++. So Python and C++ are a pretty good foundation for learning cybersecurity, because you'll encounter a lot of scripts for cybersecurity using Python. And if you know C++, then you should be able to understand C. And Linux was written in C, which is really handy for understanding how Linux works. But if you want to learn about things like binary hacking and reverse engineering, a lot of that stuff is written in C as well, especially for beginners. And that's a very good foundation. LP says, I use virtual machines for my Windows 10, and yes, you can take a screenshot and then shut down anything easily. Yeah, I think learning how to use virtual machines is going to be very, very good for your computer education in general. I've got a video that talks about this. Let me grab that. The video is called Kali Linux VBox, I think. What site is that? So this is this is my YouTube channel over here. So if you want to learn about how to install VirtualBox so you can start making virtual machines, and how to make a Kali Linux VirtualBox virtual machine rather, you can take a look at this video here. No, the Juice Shop. So the Juice Shop is this is the link for the Juice Shop directly. Here you go. Okay, so we're logged in as the administrator user. So we proved that the login page is vulnerable. We can also take a look at things like the shopping basket. So the shopping basket is I think the shopping basket can be manipulated. So sometimes there might be a cookie that is associated with your shopping basket, and you can actually access this from your web developer tools. How do I do the login thing, the universal login? So the login thing is, hold on. Let's see, dismiss cookies. We've got tokens over here. So I think I've got a video that discusses this as well. Hold on, let me see if I can grab it. This comes up a lot in some very beginner level CTF challenges. Hold on. I'm pretty sure... Injection, right. So I talk about this in this video. Let me there you go. Amare says when you put on your box, it will be cracked. I'm not too sure what you're trying to say there. Could you rephrase that? Thank you. But yeah, I've got all sorts of walkthrough videos over here. If you're learning about cybersecurity. Whoa, Spider's just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. The basket. Yeah. So let's see. We were talking about the shopping basket over here. I think you might be able to access other people's shopping baskets. And in order to figure this out, we might need to take a look at this in Burp Suite. LP says, do you have an experience with Cisco certifications like CCNA or CCNP? I do not. It is very useful to understand computer networking when you're doing hacking stuff. Most of the time when you're doing hacking, you don't need to understand computer networking to a very deep level, but some surface level knowledge about computer networking is necessary when you're doing hacking. What's your favorite hacking platform? echoCTF, TryHackMe, Hack the Box. I would say don't have a favorite hacking platform. Use them all. Use all the platforms. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we will also run them on YouTube. And let's go and put on some birds. Okay, here's the birds. We'll be back in about 20 seconds.
Is this a hacking?
I'm muted. Wow, I'm muted. Sorry, everybody. Numo, thank you. Thank you for coming by. And trying to get back into hacking. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I was muted for a few minutes there. Anyways, let's continue talking about the application. So the application is, well, the web page source for these full-fledged applications, they're very, very dense. Thank you very much, Weezboo. Weezboo, thank you. Thank you very much for coming by. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, so let's take a look over here. So my payment options, we need to identify any part which could have security problems. So there's this my payment options over here. So each one of these accounts, there's privacy and security. Okay, so there's also the ability to change your password. And in the password here, it's actually good that they ask you to provide your current password before providing the new password, because this is the secure way to do it. If you've got a web application that doesn't ask you for your current password when you change your password, that's a pretty bad thing. The other thing that we could do is you can take a look at some other parts of the website. So on this website, there's a About Us page. And anytime you've got an About Us page on a website, you could potentially get some information about the people who made the website, the staff, or any other sensitive information. Another thing that's important about this particular app is that they have a photo wall. And the photo wall could have some sensitive information in it as well. So we've got some pictures. We've got some Twitter posts. This is new stuff, actually. The last time I saw this, it had different photos. But yeah, as far as learning how to use using the OWASP Juice Shop as an education resource, I would recommend using this Try Hack Me page for OWASP Juice Shop. So I'll just leave it in the chat, because it actually goes through a bunch of different vulnerabilities. So such as injection and broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, broken access controlled, cross-site scripting. It'll talk about it in these different parts of the room here, and if you go through this yourself, it'll teach you. So it's very handy. So another good thing about the OWASP Juice Shop is that it's a very well documented application. So if you go over to GitHub OWASP Juice Shop, here's the page for the GitHub project for the Juice Shop. You can do your own deployment of the Juice Shop on your network. You can deploy it using a Docker container, and there's a bunch of different other different options. But if you're interested in taking a look at the GitHub project, here it is. And another good thing about the fact that this is a GitHub project is that if there's any particular part of the OWASP Juice Shop that you want to take a look at, all the code is on the GitHub page. And if you want to figure out how to solve each one of these security problems, there's also a solutions page where you can look up how to do the different attacks. Okay, so I think that's going to be it for our look at the OWASP Juice Shop, but we might be using the OWASP Juice Shop more in future sessions, talking about doing all the different attacks inside the Juice Shop. So I demonstrated one where we were able to get access to the admin page without getting their password, but there are dozens of different attacks you can do inside the Juice Shop, and it's a great resource for learning about web app security. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on to our final part of the stream. And in the final part of the stream, we're going to be using the echoCTF platform to do more web app security stuff. So echoCTF is another, I know so many of these platforms, and each platform has its own ups and downs, its own specialties for what it's good at, but echoCTF is a great, well, I wouldn't say it's super beginner friendly, but it is very good for people who know a little bit about security, in particular web app security. And we're going to be doing some challenges for the rest of the stream on this platform. And we're going to be working on this network over here with a bunch of different machines we can hack. It's called the HackMex network. If you have an account over at echoCTF and you want to join in with us, this is the IP address. Sorry, it's not the IP address. This is the URL. So if you're interested in getting started with echoCTF, I've got a YouTube playlist for echoCTF. Let's see if I can find it. I've been working at this for a while. So echoCTF beginner challenges. Let me get that. It's 10 videos. And the playlist will teach you how to interact with the website. Let's see. You should probably start with the getting started. Why is getting started the second video? It should be the first video. I'll fix that up later. Okay. But anyways, here's the network here. The first thing we want to do is Skibbity Sigma Mail. Hello, I just arrived. Is this beginner stuff? Let's see. Where's the beginner stuff? The beginner stuff is going to be during the first 2 hours of today's live stream. You could try watching along with what we do in this part of the stream, but it might be, if you have any questions about anything we're doing, let us know. Let us know. But so this website over here, they're going to require you to use a VPN connection to access their network. So after you've logged into the website, you can click on your profile over, where is it? So go to your profile, and then under profile actions, you can download the echoCTF VPN key. Let's see, Skibbity says, yes, I will watch and do my stuff on TryHackMe. What are you working on TryHackMe, by the way? Let us know. Let's see, which free VPN is better? I don't have much of an opinion on VPN services. I don't really use VPN services. I hear they're really good for accessing geo-restricted content. I've never had a desire to use that, though. But I think Proton VPN is probably your best choice. I've heard a lot of good things about Proton VPN. Proton VPN free? Yeah, free VPN with no ads and no speed limits. Proton VPN. So this is made by the same people who do Proton Mail, which is another well-regarded service. Okay, so let's go back. So the first thing we need to do to access these challenges is we need to start up our VPN service. So over here, I think the VPN key is in my downloads directory. Where is it? echoCTF OVPN. Okay. So we need to use this with the OpenVPN program. So it's going to be sudo openvpn echoVPN echoCTF OVPN. So after we use the OpenVPN command to use the key to log in, we now have access to the echoCTF network. So we know that we're connected via OpenVPN because it creates a new interface on our machine. It's called ton0, and this is our IP address on the network. So we should be able to access the echoCTF machines now. So let's go back to the website. Let's go back to the network. Yeah. So this is the HackMex network. We're just going to get some easier challenges. One thing that I noticed about the challenges over at echoCTF is that they're the level of difficulty for these challenges is kind of higher than for some other websites. Yi Lee has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription, Yi Lee. Let's give you a... what do we got? Let's give you a Stellar Jay. So this is one of my favorite birds. It's the Stellar's Jay. Okay, so what are we going to be... which challenge are we going to do? So we're going to be doing one of these challenges for the first time. We haven't seen this one before. These challenges, rather. I think... which one sounds interesting? How about this one over here? It's got a funny icon. So this one's called Prove Writer. And let me see if we can open up this icon in a new tab. So this one looks this one looks fun. So let's go ahead and start up this machine, and then we'll try to do some hacking against it. So let's go ahead and power up the target. We've got two flags that we need. Well, there's two flags that we need to get, and there's two services we need to access. If you're wondering which machine we're doing, I'll just provide the link for it over here. Okay, so it says here in the intro, if you don't try to override things, you will never know. Override. Override. Pro overrider? PR overrider? Okay, so we powered up the target, and now it has this IP address. So if we try to access this IP address, we can start hacking against this target. So the first thing we do is we run an nmap scan. So this is my favorite part of any CTF box challenge, is running an nmap scan against the target and figuring out which services are available on the target. So nmap is going to scan this remote server, and it's going to tell us which ports and services are open on the server rather. So it'll tell us that port 80 and port 22 are open. We ran the nmap scan telling it to run it on all the ports. We ran it very verbose, and it's doing versioning information and common scripts on whatever it finds. So nmap is a very important part of doing network hacking. And when this finishes, it'll give us more information about these two ports. So there's port 80 and there's port 22. So port 80 is associated with unencrypted web pages, and port 22 is associated with the SSH service, which is remote login. So in just a second, it should finish up and then tell us more information about the target. But because we know that there's a web page open on the target, we should probably investigate this first. So in our web browser, we can just access the web page. And what is going on? Project Tor? Projector? I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, so this is a web application. So we're just talking about web application stuff. It says we've got a version number over here in the corner here. It says version 10 something something. How do you So the first thing we can do on this login screen is we can start testing this for for potential security problems. So we can try the authorization bypass. So it says invalid login parameters. So this is probably not vulnerable to an SQL injection attack, but we do need to test it anyways. So the second thing we could do is we need to take note of this version number. Sometimes you can research whether or not there's a known hack for a piece of software if we know its version number. So this is version 10 point something something. We're not sure about what the type of software which software is being used, but we should probably note this in we got some notes over here. So let's echo this out. Let's put this in notes.txt. Version this. The problem is we don't know what kind of software is being run. So project QTOR. Let's take a look at the page source. So we got page source. Okay. So it's this project QTOR. So we can actually look this up, and a very common thing that we would do is we would see if there are any known hacks for this version of the software inside of something like search like this. Wow. So there is a known hack for this version of Project QTOR, and it's a remote code execution hack, and that's very bad. Okay, so we can get more information about this by running search exploit again. We're going to copy this over by number. So the number is this. So it's 51387. That's going to copy over the text file. So let's go ahead and read the text file over here and figure out what the hack is. Okay, so this is a known hack for this version of the software, version 10.3.2. Remote code execution bug authenticated. Oh, it's authenticated. So the problem here is that we need to be logged into the application to perform this hack. So that doesn't help us right now. We need to find a way into the system first. So the other thing that we can do from here is we can figure out if there are default credentials for this particular application. So let's go into Google, and that's the name of the project. Then we'll look for something called default credentials. It says default login is admin. Could it really be admin on this page? So admin. Click on login. Login accepted. Amazing. Big Doggy says mute. According to, I don't think I'm mute. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna type into the chat. Can you hear me? Type in the chat. Okay, Diva says it's fine. Big Doggy, maybe you have me muted. Maybe you have me muted. Okay, thank you everybody for letting me know that give me the sanity check. Thank you. Okay, we can hear you. Great. And you know what? Let's give everybody a redeem. We got so many redeems. How about the Northern Flicker Woodpecker? So I love my birds. And this is the woodpecker. Ah, that's really loud. Okay. Philip Rowe, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. And yeah, let's continue. So we managed to log into the application here. So it's talking about projects, huh? And we managed to log in using default credentials because apparently the default credentials for this application are admin. And from here, we can actually use this vulnerability here, authenticated remote code execution, via file upload. So what do we got? So tested on Linux, possible including PHP files with FAHR extension while uploading the image. RCE is triggered when we visit again. Okay. So the payload here is PHP echo system. And what is this? We got a POC request. It looks like this was sent using curl. Actually, no, wait. Was this sent using curl? This might have been sent using Burp Suite. Oracle Writer says, what's your favorite type of gaming? Gaming or hacking? Hacking, okay. What's my favorite type of hacking? This is my favorite type of hacking. This is CTF box challenges. It's basically letting us know. It's basically hacking against a remote server until you get the highest level of access. Amari says, no tools found default credentials directly on Kali. No tools. Default credentials? I'm pretty sure, well, I mean, most of the time you can just Google default credentials for whatever application you're looking at. Okay, so miri.far. So which endpoint are we looking at? We're looking at projector tool save attachment.php. So let's go ahead and go to this endpoint. So we're already authenticated into the application. Whoops. Hold on. Let me reload the page. You're already connected in the browser, possibly on another tab. Are we? Okay. Okay, so we're now... Oh, we got logged out. Luckily, we know the credentials. Let's go ahead and put on some really intense hacking music from the XCOM game. Here we go. Okay, let's go over to that endpoint. So it's projector tool save attachment PHP. It wasn't found. Okay. How about we go over to tool save attachment PHP? No? Connection lost. Please reconnect. Okay. That's weird. And each time we log in, each time we need to re-log in. That's a bit of a pain. Okay, so I think this here says that you need to upload an image. So where do we upload images? Let's go ahead and find that in the web application. There should be somewhere where we can upload images, or upload in general. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, and online manual, or where is the upload page? So this here says that it is in the tool save attachment.php. So is there a tool directory? Okay, this just makes me log in again. Maybe there is no directory called tool. So we got projects. This is what we're talking about. We need to understand how the application works. This application seems kind of complex. No project. The plus on the left. Plus. So create new item, create on pop-up, activity resource. I think maybe we can create a resource. Okay, so another thing we could do is we could try using the AI to ask for some questions. Sorry, ask for some answers. So projector, let's see, file upload. Uploading documents. Uploading documents. Projector tools. Select a file format, import the data. Geez, we got more ads. Okay, so there's ads on Twitch, so there's ads on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put on some birds. Let's do the birds. How about this bird? This is a lovely bird called a spotted towhee, and we're just going to watch him for the next 50 seconds or so. See you in 50 seconds. Okay, so let's get it ready to do some more hacking. Put the bird away, and we will get to it. So this is the manual for this particular application here. So upload. There's no there's no word upload on here. Tools plugin. Okay, so maybe we'll just ask the AI. It might give us a faster answer. So something like, in the projector app, which section lets us upload files? Is there any directory for file uploads? We can search via Dirbuster. Yeah, we could search for the upload section. Well, the upload, we know where the application uploads the files, because in the POC over here it says it's going to be in files attach attachment 5. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to be attachment 5. Localhost projector files attach attachment 5. Localhost projector. It looks like the default file path for this project is just going to be this. Use feminine, upload the screenshot. Use feminine. Screenshot. No. Gemini? No. Okay, so projector, okay. The section where you can upload files depends on the app's current functionality. Wait, this is a pen testing tool? Where do you upload files? Evidence or document section? So let's see, attachments. Most files are uploaded under evidence or attachments. So when adding a new task or finding, look for an upload or paper clip icon. So I'm thinking that we're looking at attachments for this. Project tasks or reports. Attachments. So over here, let's look for projects. There are no projects here. I guess we can make a new project. Make a new project. I don't know. We can test. I don't know how much we need to provide here. So test project, test objectives, something something. Save this. Okay, we got project 1, and I think this is the attach. This is how we attach files. Okay, so we can attach. Let's just try attaching this image here. Attachment 2 inserted. Okay, so let's see. Put the screenshot of the app on Gemini, and you have the file with plus. Okay, so we just created the attachment there. I think we should be able to access it from this endpoint over here. The problem is anytime we try to go to some page, it logs us out of the application. Okay, so what do we got? So project test. How do we access the attachment? So files here. Okay, so how do we directly access this? Download this file, edit this attachment, remove attachment. Where is it located in the application? So there's the download tool. Okay, so according to the POC, it says files attach attachment 5. I've got a feeling that it's not going to be attachment 5 for us, but let's give it a shot. Copy the selection. Files attachment ffuf run logo 600.png. So this isn't the correct. This is not the correct path to access the file. Okay. Okay. So attach is the correct path, but the number that it's going to be located in is going to be different. Okay, let's do this systematically. So what was the name of that file again? So the name of the file was Gray Blunt. Hello. You're asking what is this? We're doing an exercise over at echoCTF Red. So echoCTF Red is a hacking platform. If you're interested in taking a look at some of the easier exercises from echoCTF Red, I've got a playlist over here. And yeah, if you want to you do the beginner challenges from this platform, I've got a playlist over here. Okay, so let's see. So the test project is over here. And where are our attachments? So files, this file right here, can we directly access it? ID number 2, remove attachment, edit. we can edit this? Download the file. If we click download the file, it just downloads the file. If we edit the attachment, well, Graveland says, I'm interested in cybersecurity stuff. I've been studying cybersecurity last year, but got too caught up in work and stuff. Yeah, Graveland, hello, nice to see you here. And are you currently working in some sort of tech-related job? Do you have any tech experience? I'm here to help people get into cybersecurity. If you let me know your experience, maybe I can help you figure out which direction to go in. But if you know where you're going, if you know what direction you want to go in, that's perfectly fine too. Okay, so let's see. This might be the path right here. Wait. Okay, so this accesses the file directly. Can we put the image in a new tab? Okay, so we've got the exact we have the exact file path here. Great. So if we have the exact file path, then we can figure out if we can do malicious file upload. So for our malicious file, it's going to be a PHP file with the PHAR extension. Let's do a reverse shell. So let's copy a reverse shell to this to a PHP reverse shell, and then we'll start doing some malicious file upload. So PHP reverse shell.php is located over here. Okay, let's get our malicious PHP file ready. Gray Blunt says, not in the IT field. I've been studying through a firm, Cyber Revolution. Okay, put my studying on hold due to putting more important things first. Arifel says, same here. I know a lot of stuff, but when I go for practical practice, I get messed up and I realize I know nothing. Like I said, for people who are just getting into cybersecurity and they come from a slightly technical background, I recommend doing the stuff over at echoCTF. And let's see. So this is the playlist that I recommend to new people. Take a look at the playlist. If you find that the stuff is too easy, then skip down further into the playlist, because we cover a bunch of different categories on echoCTF. And the other place to go for beginners is TryHackMe. But TryHackMe, I don't have a proper list of modules to go through on TryHackMe, but like I said, maybe you should check out the beginners playlist on echoCTF. If it's too easy, let me know. You might want to skip over to like a more difficult platform like echoCTF. And like I said, I've got a playlist for echoCTF as well. Over here. Okay. Glad there are resources like this out there. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to make it as easy as possible for beginners to get in by creating all these walkthrough videos. There's nothing wrong with looking at walkthrough videos, especially when you're a beginner, because you don't know something until you've learned it, and nobody spawns into cybersecurity knowing everything. It's a very slow process, and you learn things one step at a time. Okay, so let me copy this reverse shell into the current directory, and then we can start editing in our own details. So the goal is to get access to the server through uploading a malicious file. Okay, so this is this one over here. Okay, so for this malicious PHP file here, we're going to edit the port and the IP address. So this is our IP address on this network. We need to match up all the information, otherwise we're not going to get our reverse shell, which makes us very sad. Okay, save the file, and we're also going to name this something else. We need to, well, let's just call this reverse.phar, because it's going to get us a reverse shell. So in the shell access tab over here, let's go ahead and run our netcat listener with rl wrap. So the netcat listener is going to listen for a incoming connection, and the malicious file that we're going to upload is going to provide that. So we're going to listen over here, then we're going to upload the file in the projector app. We're going to, where is it? Upload. Inside of the temp directory, where is it? Computer, temp, reverse.phr, okay. Okay, so it is uploaded now, and let's go ahead and directly access that file. It doesn't give us a link, unfortunately. Okay, so this is reverse.phar. Hold on. Let's see if it's in the same directory here. Reverse.phar. So it's not found. This is probably attachment number 3. So let's change this out. And this is also not found. That's funny. How about attachment number 4? Not found. How about attachment 5? I wonder... We kind of have to guess where the file is right now, because they don't give us a direct link. Let's try downloading the file. Okay, so we managed to download the file. Can we edit the file? We can edit the attachment. That doesn't necessarily execute the code in there. Let's make sure that this is the correct file extension. Okay, so in here, I think we were looking it up over here. So visit localhost projector files, attach attachment 5, phar. So phar is the correct file extension. Okay, so Gerby says, is echoCTF a good platform for practical pen testing practice, or is it more challenge CTF type practice type platform? I think people need to be less concerned about whether or not something is, realistic or not. I will say that echoCTF is not very, the challenges in echoCTF don't feel super CTF like, but yeah, I mean, there are challenges out there that feel very much gamified, and there are the ones that feel like real life environments. I guess that must be what you're talking about, right? So Gerby, echoCTF, they all feel very much like real environments, more than CTF exercises. Yeah. Okay, so phar. Okay, that's the correct one. We don't know where we uploaded this to. We can directly access this file, but not this one. Is it because... Hold on, I need to take a look at this WebKit form, octet stream, okay. main.php. Okay, so link, add hyperlink to file or, what? Hyperlink description. Oh, okay, we can add these attachments as well. We can download, we can edit, we can delete. ID number 3. So if it's ID number 3, then it should be an attachment number three as well. Because if we take a look at the pattern here, this is in attachment 2. Thumbs attachment 2. Are these? Oh, it's thumbs. Hold on. So let's just get rid of thumbs. Reverse.phar. So we'll do attachment 3. We'll get rid of the thumbs portion. Not found. Not found. What was it? Okay, so it says attach attachment 5. Files attach. So this should be attachment 3. Let's see, ultimate OG. Our notes very important while doing CTF. Notes, take notes. Okay, hold on. So yeah, I mean, take as many notes as you need to. If you come across some very important details, you definitely want to make notes about that. You'll find that with more experience, you'll be taking less notes because you'll be remembering these things. Okay, so this should be attachment 3, and it should be reverse.phar. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, I think we've got shell access. Awesome, we're in. Okay, you're not... Hold on. Are we not getting access here? It looks like it didn't work. Oh man. We uploaded the file, we accessed it, but it's not responsive. Okay, let's do something different. Let's upload a web shell instead. Instead of this reverse shell, we'll upload a web shell, and then from the web shell, we'll try to see if we can download the thing. Okay, so echo, what is our web shell? So we can get web shells from a website like revshells.com. It's a very good website for creating reverse shell payloads. And in this case, let's do the very small one over here. Okay, and we'll output that to... Actually, wait. I think we might want to put this between our... No, that's even worse. Let's just create the file with nano webshell.phar. Okay, paste that in. All right, so Philip asks, do you think you could accomplish any CTFs on a tablet? On a tablet, I don't have a computer at the moment, but I have managed to do quite a few challenges on Juice Shop. I think web app hacking should be easier using a tablet because you're mostly interfacing it with the web interface. So yeah, CTFs. You say that you managed to do quite a few of the challenges on Juice Shop. I think, why don't you try echoCTF? So echoCTF has a bunch of web challenges as well. So echoCTF, you can go to practice inside of the echoCTF gym. And you can filter the challenges by web app challenges by going over to this category. So after you've logged into echoCTF, then try out these. But generally, I think another good place to do CTF challenges would be, for web challenges in particular, is going to be over the wire notice. Over here. And the information about over the wire notice is on this page. Okay, so did I create that thing? Yeah. Okay, so I created our web shell. If we upload this web shell, we should be able to run commands on the target. So let's go ahead and do that. Where are we? Here. Let's get out of this. Let's go back to our shell access. Shell access didn't work, unfortunately. Jake Mr. Hack says PHAR. So PHAR is a PHP compatible file extension. I'm not too sure what exactly PHAR files are. Let me check. PHAR file. PHAR, PHP archive. It's a package format to enable distribution of applications and libraries by building many PHP code files. Okay. That's what the PHAR file format is. Okay, let's go ahead and upload this file. Okay, so let's upload a new attachment. It's going to be webshell.phar. It says it's text. That's weird. Why does it say it's text? Hold on. I need to double check. This shouldn't register as text. It just says that's Is the PHP, so this registers as a PHP script. I think it might be because of the opening bracket. So it's cat, actually no, let's head this. Head PHP. So I think we need to modify the web shell to read PHP. Okay, now it registers as a PHP script. Ultimate OG says PHAR is another format for PHP because some websites block PHP, so you gotta play it smart and use the PHAR. Yeah, as far as doing filter bypass is concerned, that's what we're doing over here. Okay, so let's try uploading this attachment. So the attachment is, it still says it's text. That's kind of weird. So did we successfully upload it? I don't think it uploaded it. Okay, let's try one more time. So webshell.phar, text. It might not have uploaded it because it's considered a text file. That's how about this? Okay, let's try it one more time. Still says it's text. Okay, let's see if we can get another payload for this. So PHP exec, PHP something something, command small. Okay, let's try this payload. So this is the CMD. Can't they also filter PHAR files? They could, but then we wouldn't have a challenge anymore. Squanic, hello, nice to see you here. But yeah, I mean, you could fill up all of your security holes, but then then you don't have much of a game. But yeah. If you wanted to secure your application, what you want to do is you want to do an allow list instead of a deny list. Okay, let's go ahead and put on some birds, because we got a break happening right now. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to take a little water break. So Ultimate says, did you try PHTML, another format for PHP? We did not. We didn't try any other file formats because we found the PHAR file format in the proof of concept code. Are these my birds? So these are the birds in my backyard. I've got a little security camera, and I record the birds coming by and eating stuff. And sometimes there's good footage, and sometimes there's bad footage. I usually take the good footage, and then I show it to everybody over here. But anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so is this PHP script? Okay, great. Let's see if we can upload this to the application. So we will attach webshell.phar. Okay, it looks like it. Is there something wrong with the application? It doesn't seem very responsive right now. Let's try deleting this file. Because the entire web application seems to have gone unresponsive. I mean, yeah, I may need to relog in. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do that. It could be that running... Yeah, it's going pretty slow. I wonder how much time I have left on the machine. So I only have 13 minutes left on the machine. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get very far in 13 minutes, but we'll see what happens. Looks like... Alright, let's go to the landing page. Let's try it in another tab. I think the entire web app is unresponsive now. Okay, let's try pinging out to see if this machine's still online. Okay, it's still online. Let's try curl command. Yeah, the web application is down. It fell over. We're gonna need to reset the machine. Okay, let's do that. Let's see. Root Loot Riot. Root Loot Riot. That's a great name. Thank you very much for coming by. What we doing? We're doing some hacking against this machine over here on the echoCTF website. So if you're interested in taking a look at this yourself, you can make an account over at echoctf.red and have a bunch of fun hacking machines. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart the target. Restart. Okay, so let's try to see if the... Okay, so the web application is back up, so we can go back. We can go back in. Okay, so we log back in with the awesome admin credentials. And now we're going to upload a malicious file. First we need to create a project. We're going to call this the test project. Test, test, test. And we're going to save this. Then we're going to go into the test project and then try uploading a file. We're going to upload this web shell. And it says that there is an attachment. So this file, these files here. Do you think every CTF we solve needs to have a written report? If you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So if you're doing work as a security tester, if you don't write a report, you don't get paid. So it might be fun doing the hacking, but if you don't write the report, they're not going to pay you. Okay, so we need to go over to a specific endpoint. So attachment number something. Only hack, no report. Only hack, no report. Well, if you're just hacking for the for the love of the game, maybe. Webshell.phar. This is going to be attachment 1. Okay, let's copy this. Let's go over to the web page. It wasn't found. It didn't find the file here. Okay, we need to relog in. Okay, so this one is here. Let's take a look at the attachments, the files. Files are here. Oh, this is attachment number 2. Okay. So, let's go to another. Okay, let's go over to attachment number 2. CMD equals who am I? Okay, so we've got a web shell. We've got a web shell up and running. We can access this page that we uploaded, and it's running PHP code. So the PHP code will run any command that we want to, and in this case, we need to figure out some stuff about this environment. So, is there wget? Yeah, there is wget. Is there busybox? So we're just running some commands through the web shell right now. Eventually we want to get shell access to this box, but the reason why I don't want to get shell access right now is because the machine is going to shut down in 7 minutes, and I can't really stop that. So I'm just going to wait until I can reset the box, and I'll get another hour or so, and then we'll go for the upload. Okay, so the other file that we got is... Oh, okay. We could also try uploading the reverse shell, but only hack no report. Wow, that's Root Loot Riot. Are you related to this account? Only hack no report. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming by, and you're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a redeem. How about some hack the planet? Because only hack no report.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we're gonna create a reverse shell file. Hack the planet. Yeah. So we're gonna use the good old this thing right here to create a executable that we can use. So we're just gonna call this file this shell.elf, and we need to specify our IP address. So our IP address on this interface is this. So we're creating an executable right now for Linux, and I guess what we need to figure out is if this is actually running a 64-bit version of Linux, because it's not guaranteed. So let's give this command here, uname -a. Okay, so this is a 64-bit version of Linux. Okay, that's good. So how much more time do we have to wait? We have to wait another 5 minutes. It seems like a really long time. In the meantime, I guess we could get some additional information about our environment. How about, what directory are we in? So we're in this directory, attachment 2. And so this directory is owned by the www user, so we shouldn't have any problems uploading to this directory and executing any files that we upload inside this directory. I guess we could also take a look at the opt directory to see if there's anything in there. Nope, nothing in the opt directory. How about the temp directory? Nothing in the temp directory. env, yeah, we could do env. So let's see. We've got a flag over here, so we might as well copy this flag. And we've got multiple flags in here. We got 2 flags in here. Okay, let's submit these flags. We got nothing better to do. We have to wait another 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So this flag does not exist. Oh, okay. Did I not copy it over correctly? Oh no, this is the hash. Sorry, I copied the flag hash by accident. Okay, let's submit that flag. Okay, done. Alright, so how many more flags do we have? So 1 flag discovered, 2 services discovered. It says here there are 4 flags. That seems like a lot. So it says, if you don't try to override things, you will never know. Override. So I guess the word override has something to do with the privilege escalation on this box. Anubis, nice seeing you here. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes there's more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Okay, so now it says it's going to shut down in an hour. Hold on, let me make sure that's correct. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to get direct access now. I was waiting for the dual core to come in. Well, if you want to play the dual core, we can play it for you right now.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, let's go ahead and Squanic, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, let's host this file on port 80, and then let's download the file. Download the file to the target. This one right here, shell.elf. Okay, so it's going to be 10, 10, 1, 250, shell.elf. Let me copy this, and then I can paste it into the web browser there. We're going to download it using wget. Okay, so I think that should have went through. The next thing we need to do is we need to figure out if it copied over. So it did copy over, great. What is the level of this CTF? This one is an intermediate level CTF. Intermediate level, the ones on echoCTF are usually pretty difficult, especially the privask, but we'll see what's going on afterwards. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make this file executable. So chmod plus x shell.elf, and let's see if that worked. Okay, that didn't work. It probably didn't work because we need to URL encode the plus symbol. So we're going to URL encode the command chmod plus x shell.elf. And when you URL encode it, it becomes this. Okay, let's go ahead and feed that command in. And check one more time. Okay, so now this file is executable. The last thing we need to do is make sure that our reverse shell listener is working. Okay, so the reverse shell listener is here. Let's go ahead and access it and activate the reverse shell. So we're just going to run shell.elf. Okay, I think it's working. Is this how you make dangerous links? Dangerous links? No, I mean I was just crafting the payload in the command line so that I didn't have to do it somewhere else. Okay, we got a connection. We ask who am I? We're www.data, we're in. Okay, so now that we're in, we need to call in Scary Hacker Voice Man, because Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server. Just a second, calling Scary Hacker Voice Man now.
Hey everybody, it's... Hey, what are you doing?
Wise.
Thanks, GX000. You just ruined a Scary Hacker Voice Man with your Budweiser frogs. Let me try that again. Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Prover Rider Administrator, it seems like you're using insecure software on your website. We managed to find a known hack for this website, and then we uploaded a malicious file. We used that malicious file to get reverse shell access on the machine. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, GX00 says, I didn't know you did those live. We have to do them live. What the hell did I just come back to? We just did a little bit that we do when we break into a server. We call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in. Thank you very much for following Super Mario. Thank you very much. I have to restart is good. Okay. All right, so we're in. Yeah, so we're in. Thank you. All right, so the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out which version of Python is running, because we use Python to upgrade our shell. We're currently using a netcat shell. Netcat shells are not very functional, but if we use Python, then we can upgrade our shell from the netcat shell to something a little bit better using this command right here. Okay, so we got a slightly better shell. Thank you very much for following Rick Burns 420. For Rick Burns 420, that's a nice username. Thank you. Okay, let's give you a Nyancat. Welcome. Ultimate OG. I like how you organize your tabs. Yeah, we need to make everything nice and colorful over here, if we can. Only hack, no report. IPSec taught me to learn that one-liner by heart. So worth. Yeah, we use this one a lot. If you do a lot of CTF boxes, you know how to do this command in your sleep. But yeah, what do we do from here? So the first thing we want to do is, it says that there was some sort of override that we need to do to compromise the system. I don't know. Let's see what users exist in the system first. Okay, so there's an ETS-CTF. This is a pretty standard user for echoCTF challenges. The next thing we need to do, what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to do privilege escalation. We're currently a very low-level user, www.data. And what we need to do is we need to figure out what we can do on this system to give ourselves elevated access. So the first thing we like to do is we like to see if we can run any OK. We can run sudo commands as the www.data user. We can run this one over here called overrider. I've never heard of this. I don't know if this is... I don't know what kind of program this is. So file, there's no file command. Okay, let's take a look at what's in this directory. Well, what file permissions we have. So overrider. So overrider is actually index.js. Lib, what? What is this? This is in the local directory, local lib. User local lib? What is this thing? JavaScript privilege escalation. Maybe. So what are we running here? If user is admin equals true, execute user.command. Okay. Well, what happens if we just run this thing? So sudo local bin overrider. So it tries to run the thing, right? Undefined. Undefined, unexpected token in JSON at position 0. So this is a Node.js privilege escalation. What's going on? So we're basically... Can we get in the way of this script? So the script is running over in this directory. So we've got execute and read access on this file. But what about the directory? So this directory... We don't have write access, so we can't just write to it. Is there anything... Can we hijack the symbolic link? Hold on. Because we see that... So the overrider... Whoops. So the overrider binary is a symbolic link, right? The Cheyenne is going to be our new IPsec. I can't replace IPsec. I can't replace IPsec. I can be IPsec for hipster CTF platforms like echoCTF, but there's no replacing IPsec. Okay, so what do we do from here? Can we make our own symbolic link for overrider? No, I don't think we can create our own symbolic link. What can we do here then? So I'm not very familiar with JavaScript. I'll try asking the AI what went wrong when we tried to run the script. Seems to jive with the, well, seems to jive with the name, yeah. Okay, let's check. Okay, what went wrong here? Okay, so unexpected token in JSON at position 0 suggests that the script overrider is trying to parse JSON data, but it's receiving undefined or malformed input instead. Missing invalid input, okay. Misconfigured dependency. Node.js script may rely on a config file that doesn't exist, an environment variable API key that isn't set, permission issues. Oh, okay, so this user might not have read access to the required files. Well, we could try help. I don't know if this would have any help associated with it though. But you know what? We could try. Okay, it doesn't show us anything. Philip says, "Is DeepSeek best for checking code, or is any AI just as good?" I've heard that Claude AI is better at coding than other LLM models, but that's just something I've heard. I haven't really tested it out. Okay, so override. If it uses standard input, provide the valid JSON. Key value, echo into pseudo. try looking at the failing line. A hard-coded path process dot test with. I can provide the AI with the actual content of the script as well. So the content of the script is this. Okay, so Mr. AI, this is the content of the script. The Holtzville company says, Claude AI is better at coding than ChatGPT. I tried it myself. Vision Bard says, interesting that you don't see WW data with sudo access a lot. That's, no, you really don't. Actually, some administrators might set it up that way because they're lazy. It's definitely, like, nice change, have the privilege somewhere other than local port forwarding. Huh, you've been running into local port forwarding as a Privesk a lot? I haven't. Psych says, I'm here to be entertained. Yes, Claude AI is better for coding. Let's see, I tried creating a game on Roblox, and ChatGPT kept on giving me the wrong Lua scripts, but Claude actually gave me the correct scripts most of the time. Okay, so what do we got here? So it says... Analysis of the script. The script was designed to take the JSON input from the command line arguments. Oh, really? Use JSON override to merge objects. If user is admin equals true, execute a command. User is admin. Okay, so why the error occurs? There's undefined JSON. Pass valid JSON as an argument. Okay, so is admin equals true, command equals ID. Could it be this easy? If would run the command ID if is admin equals true. Is admin equals true. So this is part of the script, right? User dot is admin equals true. Okay. So we've got our magic here. Is admin equals true ID. Command is who am I? It doesn't seem to be running anything. Okay, how can we figure it out? How can we figure out if the command is actually running? How about let's touch test.txt. Oh, actually, no. We'll do temp test.txt. So if this actually works, then it'll create a file called test.txt in the temp directory. But nothing happened. So it looks like the commands aren't going through. Okay, so let's try echoing this in to the command. Need to get rid of our double quotes. That's no good. Okay, so, not sure where to go from here. So what does the script say again? Hold on. Okay, so the script says here, JSON override, import JSON override. Where is JSON override? Okay, So I think we might be able to hijack JSON override. So find name JSON override. Is that how you spell it? JSON override with 2 R's. So where does this file exist? Okay, so the JSON override file exists in node modules. So node modules and this other directory right here. Okay, so node modules. Let me take a look at the file permissions on those files. Okay, so JSON override.js belongs to dialout. The directory is not writable. We can't modify this file. What about the other one? The other one was an app node modules JSON override. Let's take a look at the permissions here. Whoops. Thank you very much, Count Dracula. Count Dracula, thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Let's give you a redeem. How about a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so this one is also, yeah, we can't mess with this. Okay, so what can we do now? Let's take a look at that script one more time. Okay, JSON override, child process, exec equals child process. JSON parse args0, so first argument, and it's looking for if user dot isAdmin equals true. Then it executes user command. User dot command. User dot command. Okay, so what else does the AI tell us about this? So this was the first suggestion over here. This didn't work. Handle missing input gracefully. Modify the script. We cannot modify the script. User object is always empty. So this call does nothing replace with user equal. No, okay, we can't do this. The script is dangerous if misused. Anybody with the sudo access can run arbitrary commands. Is admin true? Command, malicious command. Final working example. Safe test prints current user. If isAdmin is true, it runs the ID. Okay, well, so our test command was this. We wanted to print out who am I. So let's do false instead. So it doesn't, I mean, it really doesn't do anything if you provide the arguments over here. If you don't provide any argument, true, Yeah, if you don't provide anything, it errors out. But if you give any argument, it just kind of runs, but it doesn't do anything. So 623. Unexpected token, JSON at position 0. So what is it looking for? Okay, so I don't read JavaScript. Let's ask one more time. Explain what this script is doing. One more time. Okay, so let's see. It's a Node.js script that takes in JSON input and executes system commands if the input has isAdmin true. Okay? Yeah, so it makes this executable. Takes command line arguments, skipping the node and the script name. The node and the script name. Okay? Wraps the code in async function, needed for await. Imports the JSON override library, used to merge JSON objects. Imports nodes exec to run shell commands. Parses the first argument as JSON. Okay, isAdmin true, command who am I. Creates an empty user object, but never fills it properly. Creates an empty user object, but never fills it properly. Okay, tries to merge defaults into an empty object, but discards the result, another bug. The merged data should be assigned to user, but isn't. The merged data, okay. If user is admin equals true, then execute user.command. So user is always empty, so this never runs. User is always empty, so this never runs. Okay, so this doesn't work as intended. User stays empty because lib.default doesn't modify it. To fix, replace lib.default. Okay, well, Pentester Network says you can test it if it works in the background by calling an HTTP server in your local host. For example, curl your IP 8080. I guess what we could also do is we could also do a ping. So we could ping out to our local host. So I keep on forgetting how to do this. So I think I might have it in the history. So let's see, TCP dump something. Let's see, I think we're supposed to use the ton0 interface and hold on. TCP dump listen ICMP only, yeah, okay. What was the filter expression to only sniff ICMP packets? Doesn't look like this isn't what I'm looking for. And none of these got the seal of approval, unfortunately. Okay, capturing and analyzing a Linux ping packet using TCP dump. Okay, let's see if this one has the correct command. So sudo TCP dump. Oh, this creates a pcat file. I don't want to do this. Okay, so TCP dump. Actually, wait. I recently installed a new command. It's called TLDR. TCP. Nope. Cache page. Please run TLDR update to download the cache. Jeez. TLDR dash dash update. TLDR TCP dump. Okay. So TLDR is a command you can run that gives you examples for any given command. Let's go capture all TCP traffic contents. Okay. List available networking interfaces. Capture traffic. Capture on a specific interface. So sudo TCP dump I interface. Okay, so sudo TCP I interface is going to be ton0. And how do we specify only ping packets? Okay, so let's see. Ping only. Ping filter? ICMP, yeah, ICMP. But what's the TCP dump examples? Okay, so -n ICMP, is that it? Okay, so -n ICMP. Okay, so we're listening on ton0, and hopefully it's only listening for ICMP. In this case, here's our shell access. We'll run the command ping C4 our IP address. Where's our IP address? This is our IP address. Okay. Oh. We also did isAdmin false, which isn't what we want. We want isAdmin true. Okay, so let's see if it actually ran. No, it didn't run. Okay, so yeah, for some reason it's not running. Can we create a JSON file in our current directory? Is that going to work? Okay, hold on. Here. Okay, could we create a JSON file in our current directory? Would the script use that? So I don't think it's going to work. No. Okay. So pass JSON directly was the current behavior. So the script already works by passing JSON as an argument. The script discards the input due to a bug. lib.default doesn't assign the result to user. You need to fix it first. Can we? I mean, we can't edit this file. Modify the script to read a JSON file. Okay. Where are we? Here? Okay. So yeah. So this is my home directory. In my temp directory, there's not very much. How much time do we have left with this machine? So the machine still has 23 minutes before it's going to boot me out. Is admin true command equals something something. So overrider is a symbolic link that goes to that JSON script. So can we make we can't make another symbolic link that goes to this exact file. Okay, so ls, so user local overrider. Okay, let's see what the AI thinks of this. So, the overrider binary is a link to the script file. Could we override the link in some way? It's thinking. Okay, what? Since the symlink is world writable, the symlink is world writable? How did I miss that? Oh my gosh. This is world writable, jeez. Wow. Okay, what was I looking at? The symlink is world writable. Any user, including www, can modify it to point to a malicious script. Here's how. Check the current symlink. Right, okay, yeah. So the symlink is owned by root, but globally writable by all. Create a malicious script. So evil.js, okay, sure. This makes bin bash a root-owned suid binary. This is probably not how we want to do. This is probably not how we want to do our privilege escalation, because it's no good for a shared machine. Override the link. I guess overriding the link is also bad for a shared machine, but we can always reset the box after we're finished with the box. Okay, so override the symlink. Okay, so what do we do here? We need to create the malicious script, right? Something like this, but maybe different. Let's Okay. Let's see if we can create this this malicious script. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so it's a JS file. So nano malicious.js. Okay, so we're going to execute a process, and I guess to execute the process, we would, let's just run the elf file that we uploaded. We uploaded an elf file. We can run it as root, and then we can get shell access. So we would need to set up a listener first. RL wrap. And what are we doing? Yeah, this. Okay, so the command is going to be, we need to figure out where that file ended up. So the malicious elf file ended up where? So var www HTML. So we have, I think it was in tool upload something something. Files attachment 2. Okay, so we got this stuff here, and it's going to be attachment 2 and shell.elf. So we just need to make the script execute the binary over here, and that'll give us reverse shell access, but because it's running as a privileged process, it's going to give us a root shell, a root reverse shell. Okay, so I think we can just echo this stuff in, because we don't have a full shell. Okay, so we're just going to create our malicious file. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Over here. So we're in the temp directory. Let's make a directory called triple dot. Let's enter that directory. Let's echo out this to malicious.js. Okay. So that's the first line. Whoops, .js. So that's the first line. We need to do the same thing with the second and the third lines. The second line is this. There's 4 lines in total. The Holtzville company says you can make videos about hacking and creating malicious stuff on YouTube will not take down your video. So we're talking about it in the context of cybersecurity, because we're not advocating that people, you know, hack real websites. We're just talking about how this stuff can be used to help increase or help the security of websites and servers. Okay, so let's see if this works. Actually, you know what? Let me make sure this works, because sometimes yeah, so it looks like this isn't going to work. Let's do double quote, double quote. No, I think... Malicious. So did this go over all right? Okay, so does it have... Yeah, so it has this. It has this. It has this. Okay, okay, so this works. So that's the really nice thing about working with ZSH. It'll let you know with color coding whether or not something is going to go through properly. Because there's nothing worse than having your shell input be interpreted in really weird ways. Okay, so that's the second line. The third line is what? The third line is this. This isn't the same, but it's fine. I'll just copy it as is. Let's copy it as is. Okay, here. Okay, and let's see if it copied over correctly. Yeah, this looks fine. We got another ad running on Twitch. So everybody, I'm going to be working through the ad break in this case, because okay. So Holtzville Company says, okay, got it, thank you, because sometimes I think about creating content about hacking, but I fear YouTube will take down my videos. So I can just say that this is to help people with cybersecurity. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. So, I mean, just frame it, not, don't frame it as, you know, we're here to destroy people's websites or anything. Just frame it in like a very cybersecurity and security focused kind of viewpoint is all. Okay, so this should be fine. Let me go ahead and echo out this third line. And the last line is this. The last line is this one right here. Okay, so we got the whole thing here. We just need to complete this. How much time do I have? I've got 11 minutes. Hopefully I can do this in 11 minutes. Okay, shell access. So the whole malicious.js file looks like this. Okay, so hopefully the code is correct, otherwise there's going to be a very bad time. And let's go ahead and create the malicious symlink. How do we do it? Override the symlink. So SF forces the symlink to point to your malicious script. Okay, so let's do this. So it's going to be temp ... malicious.js. Permission denied. Failed to create symbolic link, permission denied. No, what we want to do is we want to do the opposite, right? What is the SF part of this, the link command? Okay, so now let's take a look at the overrider binary. User bin overrider goes to lib node modules something something. So this didn't work. So, SF forces the symlink to point to your malicious script. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead and get. So it says it gave us a permission denied over here. So let's see what the AI thinks of this development. We ran into a problem. Okay, Holtzville Company says, what is my main programming language I should know if I want to get into hacking or cybersecurity? I would say that Python is a good beginning. The good beginning is to understand Python. Once you understand Python, you should be able to address or learn any other programming languages at a much faster rate. Because after you know one programming language, then learning other programming languages should be a lot easier because they share a lot of stuff in common. So, I mean, it really depends on what your focus is going to be. If you're going to focus on web app hacking, you should probably learn something like JavaScript or PHP, depending on, well, JavaScript for sure. But it really depends on what your specialization is going to be. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so even though the symlink has world writable permissions, you can't modify it because symlinks themselves are special. Permissions in a symlink doesn't matter. What matters is the permissions on the parent directory. Ah, okay. So only root has permissions in here. True. Going from Python to C is still going to be a pain in the butt. Well, it's less of a pain in the butt than going from... If you go from C to Python, it's probably easier. But going from Python to C is going to be a little bit harder, but you still have some programming experience from reading the syntax of Python. It's going to help you a little bit. But any programming experience is going to be a little bit easier. It's going to make it a little bit easier to learn the next language. Okay, so user, we don't own user local bin. How to bypass. Find a writable directory in path. Check where overrider is located. Okay. Check all the path directories with writable locations. If any directory is world writable, for example, temp, you can place a malicious binary there. Let's see, existing symlinks. If sudo is used without the full path. So sudo is not, well, I mean, sudo is used with the full path. So that doesn't really help us that much. Knowing what a variable is better than C than not. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Add a malicious overrider script in the writable path directory. So this isn't going to work, okay? LD preload or Python path. Overrider uses JavaScript, so that doesn't work. Okay, well, I'm not too sure where to go from here. Okay, so sudo l user local bin overrider. All secure path is user local sbin user local. Okay, we know. Okay, so if you don't try to override things, you will never know. So override is, well, I mean, that's you can try to override things. If you don't try to override things, you'll never know. These are the hints. Okay, well, If we run it with any argument over here, it's just going to run, but nothing happens. If we run it without an argument, then it complains. It complains that there's an unexpected token at position 0. JSON.parse anonymous. Anonymous is weird. Undefined 1. So overrider. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this link. So the link is here. It points to this. Can I just run this thing? So user local lib node modules. Okay, so this gives us the same. This is the same thing. It's just this script. User is admin equals true. Execute user.command. User.command. I mean, our commands are this. So the command is this. This is the JSON. Is this correct JSON format? I'm pretty sure this is correct JSON format. The AI also said that there's something wrong with the way the script is written. I think I'll get a second opinion about the script from another AI. Okay, so let's ask Claude AI. Claude, here you are. Okay. I guess we'll just say analyze this code. Okay, so the Node.js script contains several security vulnerabilities and appears to be either poorly written or potentially malicious. Here's my analysis. Command injection vulnerability. The most critical flaw is the unrestricted execution of user command by exec when user.admin is true. Allows for arbitrary command execution without any validation or sanitization. Okay, local logic error with object references. The script initializes user as an empty object, but then calls lib.default defaults instead of lib.default user defaults. This means that the user object is not actually populated with any data from the defaults, making the admin check meaningless as written. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Silent error handling. Alright. Dangerous input processing. Potential intent versus reality. If the intent was to merge defaults into the user object and check for admin privileges, then the code would likely be not this. Given the combination of extra command execution and suspicious structure, this appears to be either a poorly implemented and dangerous script with critical bugs, or intentionally malicious code designed to execute arbitrary commands. Okay, well, we know that the script is broken. The script is broken, it can't actually get us, it can't actually get us anything. How much time do we have left? I don't think we have any time left. I think we would have been, we should be kicked out. Okay, the target is currently powered off. So let's power it back on and then go back in. So yeah, they give us a script that doesn't work. So that's unfortunate. Okay, so we need to go back into the application and we need to work our way back in. Okay, so let's go back into the application. Let's upload our malicious stuff again so that we can get access to the box. Because we just got kicked out. We need to make a new project. We've done this before. Okay, and then we need to upload the malicious file. The malicious file is this one, the web shell. Upload that thing, and then access it. Okay, so we've uploaded the web shell. Now we need to upload the malicious elf file. So what was that command? It was wget. This thing? Yeah. So I just need to make sure that our web server is up right now. Where's our web server? Here. Okay. Now let's upload that thing. Okay. That's what she said. Yeah, of course. Duck D's. Duck D's? Duck D's, that's very fitting. That's very fitting that your name is Duck D's. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we uploaded the malicious shell.elf file. Now we need to chmod it. And then after we chmod it, we need to execute it. But before we execute it, we need to make sure that our reverse shell listener is up. Okay. Well, thank you, Duck D's. Okay, so let's see, it's called shell.elf. Okay, so we should have access again. All right, we've got access. Who am I? We are www.data. So we use Python to upgrade our shell. Okay. And now we just need to figure out what the heck is going on with this thing. We can run overrider, but overrider points to a broken script that we can't really utilize. Let's see, user bin overrider. Okay, so lsla, this thing is a symbolic link. Can we overwrite this file? But if we overwrite the file, then it no longer belongs to root. If we overwrite the file, then it belongs to www.data, and that's not what we want. We can't overwrite the index.js file either. So I'm not too sure what to do. Because we only have sudo access with this particular file path, user local bin overrider. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. it doesn't matter who owns the file. It only matters that we were able to run it with sudo. So yeah, we could overwrite the file, and it's not going to. So can we just overwrite the file? Can we just echo test to user local bin overrider? No, permission denied. Yeah, that's because we don't have permission on the directory. So, another thing that we might, a standard thing that we might do when we look for privilege escalation is to look for SUID binaries. So just for fun, I'm going to look for the list of SUID binaries. Okay, so I don't think any of these help us. Okay, so the Node.js script contains several security vulnerabilities and appears to be either poorly written or potentially malicious. Great. Okay, so we're doing a CTF exercise where we have sudo access with this script, but it doesn't look like the script can be used for privilege escalation. What are your thoughts? We cannot modify this script. What about modifying its dependencies? Oh, great question for a CTF scenario. Okay, thank you. The core issue is that the script calls lib.default defaults instead of lib.default user defaults. So user remains an empty object and user is admin is never set. Potential attack vectors, dependency confusion substitution. Since you have sudo access, you could potentially replace JSON override module with the malicious version. We can't do this. Modify the module's behavior to set properties on a global scope or manipulate the user object reference. Create a local JSON override module that modifies the user object through closure manipulation. JavaScript reference semantics, prototype pollution, environmental manipulation. It sounds like I'm doing some sort of ecological harm here. Okay, modify Node.js's built-in or globals that might affect object behavior. Use node path or as an environment variables. Okay. Craft a malicious defaults payload that pollutes object.prototype. Set object prototype is admin equals true. The most promising approach would be examining what the actual JSON override library does and whether it's vulnerable to prototype pollution. Okay, so we should probably take a look at the JSON override library. Okay, let's take a look at the library. Okay, so let's find JSON dash override. Okay, so it's these two. Let's read this. This is a directory. Oh, okay. I guess we would So I got package.json test, package.json test. JSON override.js. Okay, JSON override.js. Let's read JSON override.js. Is it a very big... What? Can I not read it? We have... Is this empty? No? Oh, no. Okay, I need to use the cat command. Okay. Okay, so this is... module.exports equal overwrite keys module.exports. Okay, so there's one more directory that we need to take a look at. So the other directory we need to take a look at is... I wonder what directory it's going to use. Because there's user local lib node modules. It's probably using this. So luckily this function is object and not array. Okay. Okay, so Claude, this is the contents of the JSON override.js file. Okay, so perfect. I can see the complete attack vector. This is a classic prototype pollution vulnerability. Okay, so the JSON override library recursively merges objects without protecting against prototype pollution. You can hack this by crafting a malicious defaults payload that pollutes object.prototype. So the script calls lib.default defaults. The overwrite keys function will recursively merge properties from defaults into the empty object. If defaults contains proto properties, it will pollute the prototype chain. When the script later checks user is admin, it will inherit the polluted property from object.prototype. So run the script with this JSON as the first object. Okay? Or for more, well, okay, let's just run this. So what happens? So proto is admin. Okay, let's just try this out. And we'll see if this actually works. Okay, so the malicious script is where? Hold on. Thank you very much for following Flo Delou. I'm not too sure. Is that how you pronounce your name? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you a, I don't know, War Games. War Games.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so we got proto is admin true command who am I? Proto. Okay, so proto means that everything is going to be merged in. Right? Is that what it means? Nothing happened. Nothing happened? Was perfect, thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Flodelou. So the proto didn't work in this case. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we can figure out if it actually does anything, we can try to ping out to our machine one more time. What's our IP address? Our IP address is this. Okay, so we run that. We didn't get anything from the server. Okay, so it looks like the prototype pollution didn't work. Oh, wait. Oh, we did run it with sudo. Is admin equals true, command equals something. Proto, huh? Okay, so what happens? Even though user is empty when checking user as admin, JavaScript's prototype lookup finds object.prototype is admin equals true. Let's see. What is network? Network hacking. NetHack is network hacking. OreoBite, nice to see you here. So, okay, OreoBite, you were talking about how you weren't able, you got stuck on this website right here, Pwn Till Dawn. What? You sent a couple of messages about how you got stuck. I don't quite understand what you meant by stuck. What the heck do you mean by stuck? Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube. And let's take a little water break. Okay, we'll be back in about 10 seconds. So OreoBite, could you explain what you meant by you got stuck on the website Pwn Till Dawn? Because I didn't. You replied, but I didn't understand you, or I didn't understand the message. Okay, so what else? Okay, so user.cmd resolves to the command that you specified. The script executes your command with sudo privileges. It's a multi-network CTF where instead of spinning up one machine at a time, all of the machines on the range are up, and you scan the whole subnet and hack all the machines one at a time. I got stuck as in I didn't know how to keep going for what machines were left. Well, I mean, you did your ping sweep, right? You do your ping sweep, and then after you finish your ping sweep, well, let me sign in here. After you do your ping sweep, you've got all your targets, and you have to put in your targets one at a time. You over here add new target, you put in your IP addresses one at a time, and then you go over to your targets, and then you click on one of the targets, and then you have to click on check-in. So after you click on check-in, that'll start up the target, and then you can start doing your hacking against it, and you can submit your flags and stuff. So the ping sweep is misleading because some of the boxes don't respond to ICMP. That's true. That's true. You should probably run. I mean, I don't know if you can run ARPScan, but you can probably run the ping sweep with the -p -pn whatever flag, right? That should work. But I mean, you can just choose a target and start hacking against it. I don't see how that would get you. How do you get stuck? Keep going for what machines are left. I mean, the thing is that you could scan each one of these machines, each one of these IP addresses one by one. But it's probably, well, you could probably write a script. You could probably write a script that that does a for loop and does it for you like that as well. But let's see. Let's go back to the problem that I'm trying to work out here. Okay, so prototype lookup. The other thing I need to figure out is if the other script, if the other overrider thing is the same. Oreobyte says, not sure if you want to collab on Pwn Till Dawn or something else. I'm okay collabing on Pwn Till Dawn. Pwn Till Dawn is probably going to be the more exciting thing to collab on. The thing is that we need to make sure that we're only accessing machines that have write-ups enabled, because they don't want us to do write-ups on stuff that doesn't have write-ups enabled. But we could do some, you know, some Windows box. Because I know that you like hacking it against Windows more than you like hacking against Linux. But yeah, if you're okay doing Pwn Till Dawn, then maybe we should do Pwn Till Dawn. Okay, so let's see. There's this other JSON override as well that we can take a look at. And there's JSON override in here as well. Oh, we need to cat that. Okay, we can figure it out. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so it looks like this is the exact same code as the other one. Okay, so let's go back to Claude. So run the script with this JSON as the first argument, proto, and then isadmin true command who am I. Okay, you know what? I need to look up something like JavaScript prototype pollution. Pollution. How do you spell pollution? It's 2 L's, right? Okay. What is prototype pollution? Prototype pollution is a JavaScript vulnerability that enables an attacker to add arbitrary properties to global object prototypes. Okay, so what does the payload look like? Okay, so let's see. Payload all the things, prototype pollution. Let's take a look. So let's see. Points to the class definition of dog. MyDog.proto. Let config object.prototype dot. So Express.js, what type of... This is Node.js, right? Node. Asynchronous payload for Node.js. So proto something, something. Okay, is there anything else? We got 3 Node.js. Okay, so this is a payload for Node.js. So proto node options. I don't know about this. Okay, let's copy this. This is what the AI suggested to us. So proto is admin true command ID. But what do we have here? So this looks very similar. So proto something, argv something something, shell something something, node options something something, and then it ends with this. Public profile. Okay, let me take a look at your public profile. Sure. Wait, OreoBite, how long have you been doing Pwn Till Dawn? Because it looks like you've been doing Pwn Till Dawn for quite a while. You've been doing it for the last 3 years? Or like 2.5 years? Why didn't you tell me about this platform before? Because I didn't know about it until like last week. And I get the feeling that you've probably done most of these machines. Okay, well. Alright. To anybody who doesn't know, it looks like OreoBite has done a lot of machines on Pwn Till Dawn. Okay, so let's see. Proto something something. I forgot about it when I was trying to do the new stuff. I suggested. Oh, are you talking about? Well, I mean, when you say new stuff, are you talking about Hack My VM or Volnix, or are you talking about the education website? Okay, so proto. This looks. Volnix and Hack My VM. Okay. If you know any other fancy websites, please let me know, because I always want to know about more of these non-hack the box, non-try hack me websites, because I'm trying to build up my list of hipster websites. Okay, so is proto, is admin true, something something. Let's try adding this on. So proto, just got to make sure that the syntax is correct. So is admin true, and it's going to be what? Command equals who am I? Okay, let's go back. Yeah, this doesn't do anything. How about we put... That doesn't do anything either. Actually, let me grab this to make sure that there's not anything weird with the Okay, so is admin true, something something. If we start messing around with these double quotes, it might screw some stuff up. Yeah, so this starts screwing stuff up. But you know what? Maybe we could try this one. It might be different. Okay. But OreoBite, maybe, you know what? Maybe we could collaborate on... Maybe we could collaborate on echoCTF. Because echoCTF is, well, these are kind of difficult machines as well. Okay, so this throws an error. How about we... This also throws an error. Yeah, okay. So this stuff... Let's try putting this between some single quotes. Okay, this also throws an error. So it looks like the prototype pollution... Man, I need to get... I'm not too sure how to get the prototype pollution working. Okay, so polluting the prototype via the constructor property instead. Constructor property, okay. Constructor prototype. So prototype pollution in URL. Constructor. Proto. Okay, so is it possible to do prototype pollution via the constructor? Is it called the constructor property? Constructor property. Okay. The constructor property is another classic vector for prototype pollution. So instead of using proto, you can traverse the constructor property to reach the prototype. Okay, so, I mean, it's kind of similar. Every object has a constructor property that points to its constructor function. Constructor functions have a prototype property. Okay. Alternative constructor paths. You can also use longer chains. Well, I'll try this out if the first payload doesn't work. Okay, so let's go ahead and put in this other prototype pollution payload. Nope. Okay, let's try another one of the payloads. Why is the music so dramatic? Okay, so via constructor.constructor, and the last one is an even longer one. Okay, that didn't seem to work either. We'll try the longest one to see if it does something different. Okay. Okay, let's see. Prototype is admin. Constructor pollutes this. Yeah. Okay, so I'm prototype pollution, huh? This is something I need to learn more about, because every time some vulnerability I'm not very familiar with kicks my butt, I feel the need to learn a lot about it. How about, okay, so Portswigger has a bunch of laboratories that cover this challenge. Pentester Network tries try to touch a file or call a local HTTP server with the prototype. Ping might be blocked or something. Okay, so we could touch something. So let's see. Command is going to be touch temp. Thank you very much, Takla. Takla? Is that how you pronounce your name? Please let us know how to pronounce your name. Thank you, Takla, for subscribing on YouTube. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? It's the theme that never dies. Okay, so we're going to try to create a thing called touch.txt, test.txt. Let's see if it was created in temp. Nope. Okay, so what about the other one? So let's try this one too. Touch temp test.txt. Okay. Let's try this other one. Okay, so what do we have from OreoBite? OreoBite says, "Is Bloodhound broken for everybody? After updating the machine, I was forced to use Bloodhound setup script, which would run but never seemed to fully work, and started using Community Edition because the original one basically being broken." So everybody here who does hacking stuff on Windows and uses Bloodhound, could you let OreoBite know if you've been having problems with Bloodhound lately? Because OreoBite seems to be having some problems. Pollution! Prototype pollution! Okay, let's look for this in the academy. So I don't think we need to log in. I'll look for all the labs. Potato Channel says, "Do you know if Android 15 can be hacked without any user mistakes? Also, how do we discover that? I only have Telegram and WhatsApp installed besides Google services. I'm suspecting it's Pegasus." You think you've been hacked by Pegasus? I mean, Potato Channel, you have to be... Or do you think you're... I mean, who would install Pegasus on your... Who would hack you using Pegasus? So, okay, we're looking at prototype pollution. So prototype pollution, we've got a bunch of labs over here. So find a source that we can use to add arbitrary properties to the global object.prototype. This is something I need to look into. I tried to format it multiple times. I have been followed for months, and I had my PMs multiple times being read. Well, I mean, what could you do if somebody hacked you using Pegasus? It's Pegasus is no touch, right? What do you need to get hacked by Pegasus? Okay, so what are the requirements to attack an Android device using the... How do you spell Pegasus? Pegasus malware. Okay, so NSL group, let's see. So Pegasus typically uses a 0-day vulnerability in Android OS, messaging apps, browser engines, Right, the delivery mechanism, so phishing. Phishing, so malicious links, fake app updates, email attachments, or 0 clicks. Okay, so So I mean, the recommendation is probably something like keep Android patched and up to date. I think in this case, your best choice is probably to get another device. So don't stop using that Android device and start using a new Android device, and then migrate everything over to that device. Don't link the two devices together. But I honestly I'm not really too sure what the solution is in this case. If anybody has any suggestions in chat, let us know, and then we can start talking about it. Okay, so let's see. I didn't try the proto payload, the first payload. Okay, so the first payload, are we talking about proto? I think we did try the proto payload, but are you talking about proto? It's like proto, right? Like this? Pentest Network, are you talking about this payload right here? Pedestrian says, I tried to format it multiple times. I've been followed for months. I had my PMs read multiple times. I used an ancient phone. I heard a GSM message from 2 people behind me, the JSON one. Hold on, let me check how much time we've got left for this machine. So we've got 18 minutes. Okay, so the JSON one, I mean, they're all they're all the JSON one. Okay, so we've done a lot of these payloads. Constructor, proto. I mean, are you talking about this? Are you talking about this payload? We've tried this one. Hold on. This just kind of goes. Okay, let's give it a go. I feel really dumb. Okay, well that worked. It worked, but it doesn't give output. So, all right. Jeez, you know, Pentest Network, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's try pinging out. Let's see if the ping works. So if the ping works, then we'll try doing some sort of reverse shell upload. No. We'll do we'll just run the malicious binary that we uploaded earlier. Okay, so this is our IP address. Okay. So let's see if we got our ping. It didn't run the ping. So it could be that the ping is disabled, or there's no ping command. It could be there's no ping command. Counterpoint, just SUID. Yeah. We could just call it a day. I don't like to do that method, especially, you know, if I'm considering like a shared environment, because it really disrupts some stuff. Okay, so ping. Well, okay, so ping's not working. I wonder if there is ping. So which ping? There's no ping. Okay, there's no ping. There's no ping on the machine, so that's it. Why it didn't work. Okay, let's go ahead and run the elf payload. So the elf payload is located at what directory? So it's this directory. Let me construct the payload first. Yeah, I don't have much time. You know what? It'll feel really nice to get a win here. Okay, so it's elf shell.elf, right? Where's the machine from? This is from echoCTF red. This one right here. Okay, so that's var, that's /var /www html files this thing. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube right now. So you know what? We'll take our ad break, and then after we're done our ads, we will pwn the machine. It's time for the bird bath. Enjoy the bird bath, everybody. We'll be back in about a minute, and then we will finish our exercise. Oh, you know, after all of that frustration, it feels good to look at some baby birds having a little bath. Makes all the stress go away. Okay, let's okay, let's put the baby birds away. Let's so this should be the file path over here that leads to the malicious elf file. We need to make sure that we have a shell ready to go, or a listener rather. So let's see, rl wrap netcat nlvp 443. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So the command is just going to be this file path over here. Okay, so I think we got it. WSP fam. Okay, so we're root. We got root access. We're now root. Just got F. Whoa, Vibex VT. What's up, fam? Just got off a 4-hour stream. We've been going for 5. Yeah, we've been going for a while. How's the ethical hacking? We're just finishing up a machine over here. We just got root access.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we're now root. Great. So it's Python 3, right? So Python 3. Let's grab the flags and let's get out of here. Okay, so we'll run Python. We import the pty.spawn. Bin bash. And thank you to Pentester Network in chat for letting us know that we didn't try the last payload, which was the one that we needed. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you very much, Vibex, and yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got root. Let's move into the root directory. Let's get that flag. There's the flag. That's one flag. We need to get the second flag. Okay, one flag down. Okay, and I think we need to read the password file. The password file has another flag this is the regular place for these flags, and the shadow file should have another one. Okay, and then the shadow file. And I think that should be it. Paste it in. Okay, we're done. We're done. Done, done, done. Done like dinner. Awesome. Okay, so PR Overwriter, we have finished. Thank you very much to Vibex for letting us know that we forgot to do one of these payloads. So it turns out it was prototype pollution, and it turns out that we got our, what is it? It was a no output, zero output vulnerability, so it didn't actually give us any output when we ran our commands. So this is great. It kicked us out as soon as we gave the last flag. Okay, no problem. All right, so wow, that was a lot of fun. Even though we were pounding our head against the wall for a little bit, for about an hour or two, but that's pretty par for the course when we're doing ethical hacking. All right, so Pwn Till Dawn, OreoBite, are you still here? If you're still here, let me know, because we might be collaborating with OreoBite on Friday. Well done, and you're very welcome. Thank you very much, Pentester Network. Yeah, sometimes it just takes not being in front of the computer, not being in front of the keyboard rather, to help you see the things you need to see. But yeah, let's see. We got a few different Windows machines here. OreoBite, hello, nice to see you here, OreoBite. Are there any Windows machines that you haven't done on Pwn Till Dawn? Let me know. Let me know if you haven't done any of these Windows machines. Maybe we can collaborate on one of them. But let me see. So OreoBite says that they sent us their profile for Pwn Till Dawn, and they've done 21 of these machines. I'm pretty sure 21 of these machines is like nearly half of them. So OreoBite's been busy on this particular platform. The unfortunate, we could do a collaboration on one of these echoCTF machines. The problem is that OreoBite likes doing Windows machines, and everything on echoCTF is Linux. As far as I know, everything on echoCTF is Linux. Let me take a look. Actually, it doesn't. We got some challenges. We got some. Doesn't echoCTF require a subscription? You can subscribe to echoCTF, but it doesn't. There's not all that much that's paywalled in echoCTF. You just need to make an account and then download the VPN key. Hold on. Let me see if so echoCTF. Let me try asking the people in Discord, because the moderators are in Discord. Maybe I can ask them whether or not there are any Windows targets. Danish, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Okay, so Discord. Let me just open that up. I'll give the moderators over at echoCTF. Well, I'll give them a message and ask them if there are any Windows machines on the network. If there are, then maybe we could collaborate on an echoCTF machine. Let me see if I can... What is the echoCTF logo? There it is. And... Okay, so here we are in echoCTF. Great. Let's go ahead and... Windows. If we just search for Windows in the entire server, is it gonna... Okay, so is this a Windows box running a Linux VM? Is this a Windows box? Windows... We currently don't have Windows or Active Directory machines, so yeah, it looks like there are no Windows machines on echoCTF. But I mean, even if we're hacking against Linux, are you interested in doing echoCTF, OreoByte, or would you rather do this stuff over here? What was it? Because this could be fun too. So the stuff over at blank.education, we've got 19 levels of fun Linux puzzles over here. And I guess this is Linux anyways. The network sounds like fun on echoCTF if you want to work together. Yeah, I mean it would be fun to legitimately work together on a box. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's do some echoCTF. I'll send you the machines I've done so far. Are you talking about... You're talking about echoCTF, right? On Discord. Okay, no problem. Anyways, it's getting a little bit late. Let's see if we can send everybody else off to some super fun InfoSec streamers. InfoSec streamers is the best place to learn about cool people who do InfoSec streaming on Twitch on YouTube. Okay, so let's see. Hack the Box is on. I wonder what they're doing over at Hack the Box. So I guess this is the official Hack the Box Twitch channel. I've never really watched it before. Okay, it looks like they're offline. Jeez. Okay. Were they doing something recently? Nope, it doesn't look like they were. That's weird. What's wrong with the InfoSec streams list where they list channels that are offline as online? It's weird. Okay, so let me check my Twitch to see if there are any awesome people we can raid. OreoByte, do you feel like going online? We could raid into you. Oh, let's raid into Midnight Simon. Midnight Simon is doing some coding right now. Okay, let me grab the link and let's just make sure that they're doing something related to coding. I don't think I have an inmate to stream. No worries, no worries. Okay, so Midnight Simon is not online. That's... oh, man. What is wrong with the reporting right now? Okay, so let's see. Who else is online? Moohoodles. We've got Azer the Witch. Let's raid into Moohoodles, because Moohoodles does stuff on NASA and space stuff. Thank you very much for following Twitch something. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but yeah. So join us in raiding into Moohoodles channel. When you arrive on the channel, if you could just give this raid message, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's start the raid. Thank you very much for following Zaretsky. Zaretsky? Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you very much for following. Okay, so let's go ahead and Dinesh says, can I ask you a question? Not about what you're doing. So go ahead and ask the question, but we're going to be rating up pretty soon. Everybody, we're going to be back on Friday. So on Friday, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing coding for hacking with Python. We're going to be doing file upload attacks. We're going to be doing reverse engineering. And we're going to be collaborating with OreoByte on something, probably Pwn Till Dawn. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Please give the raid message when you raid into Moohoodles. See you next time.
Hey, Shy Hat, thank you for rating it. How was your stream? How was the hacking and stuff today? How was cybersecurity and hopping around?